It doesn't matter.
Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to the Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, live from Ballpark Village for our opening day coverage presented to you by Rawlings and Budweiser. The presentation also brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, the Stiefel Studios on the road today for the Cardinal home opener. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett in downtown St. Louis, and Jackson's crush Andrew Marsh is on the ones and twos back in St. Louis, and the dais blocks the soft cow of Jackson Burkett.
What a time to be alive. What an opening
because
day.
Because the dais blocks this.
Well, yeah, that's certainly helpful. You know, we don't want to have any unfortunate fashion faux pas, Martin.
Nice. Hey, we look good on the YouTube.
How about that?
Hot
we
start.
do.
Shout out to Doty for the setup here. It's beautiful. Tim, we're at Crown Hall.
That's right.
Inside Ballpark Village, and we're on the stage. Hello, everybody. Great to see you, except there's nobody in front of us at this moment. Doors are locked, so it's understandable. And, Tim, I'm a little bit of a princess. What's my number one beef in the studio?
Lighting.
Yeah. What about that computer camera that makes it look like you're being shot up your nostrils?
Yeah, and I'm the guy from Home Improvement. I'm across
Wilson.
the fence. We are under a tremendous spotlight. I've never broken out of prison, but I feel if I do, this is what I'll be greeted with.
Yeah.
A giant light from above staring down. Not Doty's fault. He has no control over the lighting. So
Jackson's fault.
I'm going to blame Jackson because he's already extremely tight. I can just feel it.
Yeah.
Tim. I can just feel it.
I forgot about remote tightness, and I arrived here, God, what did you say, about an hour ago or 3 minutes ago? Somewhere in there. And Jackson was waiting for me at the door of Ballpark Village and probably internally saying, and Jackson, you tell me if this is wrong, this little Irish Catholic MFer, diva prima donna MFer, is making my already miserable day because we're on remote even worse by showing up 2 minutes before the show starts, and I got to let him into this fortress in downtown St. Louis. And I believe that was word for word.
It might not be verbatim what I was thinking.
No, you said asshat.
Asshat. That's it.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. It was more family friendly.
Because that's so with the kids in the car right now.
Yeah. No,
was that Milton that said that I'm calling the station?
Milton. Listen, I get it. Remotes are always going to be stressful for me. So if I go into it knowing that, then my expectations are lower. I know it's going to be stressful. And then I know when it's over, I'll be like, why was I so stressed? That's how it always has happened. It's been like,
even after 5+ years now of this.
After 5 years of it, I know I will be stressed going into any remote. And at the time of the remote starting, I will still be stressed. And then by the time it's over, I'll say, I shouldn't have been that stressed.
Let me psychoanalyze
Sure.
this because I really am intrigued by this.
Yeah.
By the way, Chaim Bloom is coming by. Jim Edmonds wants to call in. David Eckstein's coming by.
Anuk Karunaratne is going to come by
on the television. Big doings.
He's going to be here at 8:30, and I think at 8 a.m. they have their official release. I did read something online that said the reason it goes down to the wire is because the carriers want to wait to the last minute because they pay less. So anyway, Anuk will be here at 8:30. He's the Dan Farrell replacement. He's all things TV broadcasting, so he can explain to you.
For those of you wondering about the television situation, we're going to go right to the person who is in charge of it, and he will be sitting here in the Stiefel Studios, which are on remote, which makes Jackson super tight. So I ask the question, psychoanalyzing it, why do you think you get so tight about it? Because as you know, where Martin and Doug's on vacation, Martin and myself are on the whole thing. Things happen. We've been doing it a long time. We understand that things happen. And in the whole scheme of things, it's just not that big of a deal. So why is it a big deal to you, boy?
That's a good question. I think that it's a big deal to me because I like things like when you get into a routine, I like to stay in that routine. I like to know things. I don't like to be surprised all that often. And when you're on remote, that's like the name of the game, is always having to think on your feet and react. So yeah, that stresses me out a little bit. being away from everything stresses me out a little bit. Making sure everything gets uploaded and done correctly stresses me out a little bit. So yeah, that's the main thing. And this is Cardinal Opening Day, Ballpark Village. This is the big time.
Wow,
this is what dreams are made of.
Opening day jitters for the producer.
That's right.
TMA. Tim, what really put him to the test. I like logistics, so we're both trying to enter the building. It's a little early, and I said, "Okay, well, are you on the north side of Ballpark Village or the south side?" And he said,
You don't know your directions,
He
do
goes,
you?
I don't. I said, "Are you staring at the stadium? Or are you looking at the Hilton? Are you on the north side or the south? I can't.
Where is the sun right now?
No, I was. So I said I was on the north side.
See, this is why I'm all for private education. And I know that might not be a meat and potatoes take.
Is that day one at the U High?
Well, I was looking east. I was staring at the arch, so I was looking east.
That's not the question.
But I was on the north side of the building. I said that, and then you said something about an atrium. I said, what about an atrium? I don't care. I don't need an atrium.
Oh, this thing's sideways.
Tim, who let the classically trained producer into the building?
Yeah,
Martin Kilcoyne.
Yeah,
CBC.
Yeah. CBC.
Yeah,
yep.
Thanks, buddy.
Martin threw that Slew High golf shirt yesterday right on the ground.
He did. After John Kiowski came in and demanded Jeremy Rutherford bring him one.
I didn't want to ask too many questions, but why did JR have Skip Berkmeyer gear? Like, do they hang out? Because
you know what? It's a great question.
I was thinking
they met at the parking lot at West County Mall, not for a transaction involving horse, but Slew golf shirts.
Yeah.
So that part of it, I just kind of went over everyone's head. I said, Skip Berkmeyer, outstanding golfer, has been a golf commentator for years on the radio, and now coaching golf at Slew High.
That's right.
Jeremy Rutherford, proud Jeffco historian, Blues reporter, shows up with gear from Skip Berkmeyer, and everybody's like, "Oh, sure, fine." And I'm thinking, what is the connection? What is? Yeah, if he said, "Here, guys, I got some Bayless bowling shirts," I'd say, "Oh, right on."
Yeah, but that's the brand that JR brings to the table.
But he's got U-High golf gear. Right. I said, "Sure, makes perfect sense."
Jackson, you're catching hell in the Air Comfort Service text inbox for not wearing red, whereas Martin and I, we have experienced local television, and we know that if you don't wear red for whatever reasons, oftentimes, I guess the demographics usually like 21, 22-year-old ladies, mainly from lower Manhattan, call in to complain that you're not wearing red. And so Martin and I live in just fear because that's my demo. I mean, that's my sweet spot.
No doubt.
You're not wearing red. Are you pulling for the Rays today?
Fair question.
Because
I am
black
a Navy.
in there, a little Navy black.
My explanation is twofold. One, I'm wearing Navy to silently protest the fact that they don't wear the Navy caps on the road.
Okay.
Listen to this crowd.
That is that's my first reason. And second reason, I was thinking about this yesterday. I don't own any red polos or red quarter zips.
And that's because you're a Crip.
You're a Crip?
Yeah. Yes, that's exactly right. No, red is kind of harsh against my skin tone. It really accentuates the paleness. It kind
of. Is this real? I think you've actually thought this through.
Yeah, I mean, I've done some color matching, color analysis.
Well, it's not a color. Like if you go out to the club or if you're meeting your family you don't throw in a lot of red. It has to be sports adjacent, maybe.
Right.
Typically.
Right. And most of my Cardinal gear, and I don't want to wear like straight up Cardinal gear to this situation.
Fandom.
Yeah.
Hey, Chaim, how you doing?
Right.
I got my throwback Larry Walker on. Come on, join the fellas.
Yeah, exactly. And my powder blue.
Right.
So I was like, well, I don't want to wear actual. So the only red I really own is like actual Cardinal gear. I didn't want to wear.
And that would have been a little too nerdy.
It would have been like a T-shirt. I don't want to show up in a T-shirt. I'm trying to look my best.
Okay.
And there's a TMA shirt.
There is a little red in the TMA logo.
Yeah, it's Polos Plus.
That counts.
Polos Plus is that makes up for the lack of red.
Chuck Marlowe came here from East Lansing.
Yes, he did.
Joined the Two Fox. I think it was right before opening day 2008. Does a couple of live hits for the Two Fox outside. He's wearing a nice brown suit.
They didn't like that.
I believe the tie was also brown. Back then, you would still get calls to the newsroom, and I'm sure emails as well. And by about 9 o'clock, he was live on there. Said, "Okay, fine. Next year, I'm dressing as Santa." Okay, fine. I'm sorry. And
he really caught a lot of hell.
Yes, I guarantee he's still scarred by it. So every year, even Uncle Rich and I would text each other. And in fact, we might just text him.
Yes.
Don't forget your red, pal. You don't want to get yelled at. It's just easier, especially the TV phone. Where's your red?
That's it.
Okay, well, I'm not on the team. They have no association with me, nor do they want any. Why does it matter?
Chairman Steve says, "Eat ass, commie. Go buy a shirt, you a-hole."
Wow. Hey, happy opening day to you, Jackson.
Yeah, I feel good. I feel like I'm wearing a pretty good. I like this shirt. It's nice and thin. It's gonna be hot today. Feel like
hot out the door this morning.
Yeah.
How glorious is that?
It's
though?
awesome.
I saw Younger. He was talking about it being warm. He's excited.
I think
he's going to steal 3.5 bases over under. What do you want?
3.5
this season?
Yeah. No.
Damn.
Oh, this week or today?
I got to. I have been encouraging in group chats for people to engage in the wager on the over 69.5 win total. So if you want to do it, let's book this thing. I do have cash on me to head east following this to place the wager. So if you would like to rob me, I am down at Ballpark Village.
Yeah.
But I am a pretty imposing figure in person. I think it's because of the lifts.
No, I agree.
So the doors are locked not because the restaurant isn't open yet. It's because you got a brick.
Yeah.
That's correct.
On you.
That's correct.
Security's heavy.
That's correct. Get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. Many are already doing so in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, and they're also doing so in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The Devil's Crotch says he's all in on the over of 69.5. And Chairman Kurt, who is not working today, but is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, is right above the Devil's Crotch and says, I guess we're just not going to be playing drops today, which is a shot at Marshy Marsh. And there's a very subtle, you'll have to go back and rewind it, but Jackson shook his head right there. You'll have to go back and rewind it, Martin, but I caught it. That's how I made money in Las Vegas. These involuntary responses to action on the table. I'm going to re-raise, and then I notice the reaction, and I know I'm ahead in the hand. Right there, Jackson gave off a tell. You shook your head, and you don't like it because you don't like that Kurt is firing shots, or you don't like anybody coming after your boy Marsh because you find him to be strapping.
I know Kurt is kind of joking around, so I don't really care. It's fun. It's kind of funny. But Marshy, don't worry about playing any drops. You're doing great, brother.
I want to talk to Marsh.
What up, Marsh?
What's up, gentlemen?
A satellite delay,
You
Marsh.
sitting this one out?
I didn't know if I should be a part of the show today.
You're always a part of the show anytime you're on the
appreciate
show.
that.
No,
I
Tim, I feel like that was a quiet, like, oh, I got to do this.
I got to
soon.
talk to these.
And now I have to talk?
Yeah.
Jeez, I was on my phone scrolling. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. What's up? Give us the papers. What's up when you get caught off guard? That's all you have to say. It's a little condescending, and it clearly indicates not paying attention. What's up?
That's too deep. I'm much higher and quicker with mine.
Looks like you're already getting questions from our audience.
Two-parters
here.
for Marsh.
Chairman Steve says, is Marsh still taking down single moms in Chesterfield in the back of minivans?
No.
Welcome to our Cardinal opening day coverage live from Ballpark Village.
It's a great day for baseball, gentlemen.
There you go. Well, Marsh was part of the discussion the other day when they were trying to explain the difference between all the shows. And Anthony said, well, the morning show's got a cold fun. They sort of scratch the surface first. And here we are.
Yeah. Scratching the surface. Jackson, what is this Polos Plus dossier today?
Oh, man. Well, it's fully loaded, Tim. I can tell you that much. Right here and right now.
Delay tactic.
Well, yeah, I was trying to get. I got so many tabs.
Are
open.
you filling out death papers and taxes?
Nope.
In 9-2, which is still blank from yesterday.
What was that?
That was bad. I'm fighting for my life. At 8:30, we'll be talking with Anuk Karunaratne, talking about the Cardinal TV situation. That's going to be at 8:30.
They did put out the Spectrum channels yesterday, because it's been coming out in waves, I guess, and then today DirecTV, AT&T, all of the rest. But it is confusing. Why does it take till opening day? We'll let the man answer that.
Jackson and I, as YouTube TV guys, just know that we're jolly
SOL.
well left. Yes, exactly right.
I like that term, jolly well
I do.
left.
I enjoy it too.
At 9:30, we got our guy coming over from the Busch Stadium concessions talking about
Nate
some new
Green,
food.
who last year I think brought
it just says, Martin, do you see this in the Polos Plus dossier? It says at 9:30 Busch Stadium concessions.
I didn't know.
Were they just going to bring us nachos and a helmet?
like the pushy wushy beer man swinging by. In defense of papers, which I balance out with the mild poke.
No, you're good.
Nate Green, who came by last year, some of these I set up, so I don't know if papers knew exactly, but Nate also works with Cardinals Hall of Fame, which this is a day where I will carry the rights till Chaim's here, and then I'm going to let him have it.
Yeah.
If you've never been in the Cardinal Museum, which is inside ballpark, it is pretty cool. And there's one room that's modeled after the old Busch Stadium, which we all still hold near and dear.
You better believe it, brother.
Ball game.
Yeah, I do.
Nate works with the Hall of Fame, but also is going to bring by the tasty treats that are available. I think last year Jackson,
you did. What
I
was
ate
that
a
thing
big
that you
brat.
ate?
It was covered in
Destroy
brisket or something and barbecue sauce, and it was amazing.
Is that right?
Oh, it's fantastic.
See, I've got, for those of you watching on YouTube, what a handsome reward. Look at the banana that I have here. Oh,
It's like
boy.
it's been through hell.
Look at this banana. Joey Vitale would approve it. He doesn't like when there's any ripening on it. And then my protein shake, and that's all I can have to keep this body so tight and rewarding.
That's right.
For the
today's the day you
single
got to let
ladies.
it go.
Is that right?
Yeah, let it go. Dig in on a brat.
Yeah.
Have yourself a nacho, pal.
I feel like the last couple opening days haven't been near this kind of weather. Last year it was raining.
I don't think this has ever happened.
Yeah.
Where you're talking about pushing 90 degrees for
Right.
opening day. Forget about it. Huh?
Right. Yeah. Today's a day to really let loose.
Oh, you think it's sundress season?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
90
Are
degree
you going to be
opening
down
day?
here until like midnight tonight?
No.
You going to ride that bull
bull?
over at PBR?
No, I've seen that happen at night. It is a scene. Email today, designer heating and cooling email day at 9:45.
Right.
Cardinals president of baseball operations, Chaim Bloom, will be here at 10 o'clock.
Yes.
And then 2006 World Series MVP, David Eckstein, will hop by the dais at 10:30.
He's a delight.
Now, how about this, Martin? You, as a fan of logistics and Jim Edmonds agriculture.
And he's not listed on the Red Jacket, so he will not be here today.
That is correct. At 11:37 p.m., I'm already in REM sleep.
Right.
But you can text me all night if you want. I'm not going to hear a damn thing. Edmonds texts me, radio, show tomorrow.
Radio, Now, that's more than LaRussa will write back. He usually gives me 1 or 2 words. You got radio, show.
Someone's got
You
to take
three.
that text name.
Yeah. Radio, show tomorrow,
What was-
question mark.
What was his fancy baseball team name? Football Killers dot.
It was the Killers dot ha.
I think
Very odd.
Kurt was on
I
that
think he
team.
was his co-owner. And then of all the people who didn't pay the like $100 to join the league, it was Edmonds, the guy who made 9 figures. Strangest damn
There's
thing.
a drop.
ever.
Attaboy, Marshy.
There you go, Marsh.
There you go on the
That
board.
was perfect too.
Yeah, good stuff.
So I
it
gather he
sounds
wants to
like-
be on.
Yeah.
So I texted him at like 4:46 this morning because he might be out
He's
there
a farmer,
harvesting
yeah.
or planting. Is this planting season, Jackson? I know you're in manual labor.
Probably planting. Yeah,
Thank you.
harvest in the fall.
So I texted him at 4:46. I said, "Yes, sir. You want to come on? We'd love to have you." So
And then did he respond to that?
No.
This is part of the game. Reaches out.
something about this 2006 Cardinal group that they don't like to respond.
And then he will say back to you, no, I never wanted to come on. Like, oh, sorry, I misunderstood.
You
Right.
you didn't get my radio
Comma.
show.
Tomorrow? Question mark.
So Edmonds may or may not join
My
us.
guess is 8 o'clock James T ball game. And we were texting. Now, for the record, I asked yesterday, and I don't think he would mind me saying this, if his no appearance, and he noted it's the first time in 26 years. You got to go back to 1999 for the last time Jim Edmonds was not at Cardinal opening day. He was a member of the Angels at that time. But he said, first time in 26 years. And I said, do you just not want to deal with it? And he said, I can't leave the kids. So that's what it comes
He did
down to.
indicate that on the call last month, that his situation, he's got to be with the kids or get proper daycare. I suggested Jackson Burkett, who's not classically trained as a babysitter either.
I've done that though. before.
And that fell through. So Edmonds on the phone.
Yeah.
And then there's the wild card, which is Tony La Russa, which I don't know.
What do you think on that? I feel good on it.
I think he's going to stop by.
I do too.
I think what'll happen is mid-show, he'll text similarly. It'll say, show, question mark. And I'll say, yeah, we're doing a show. So I don't know. And then last year was really awkward because we had Bachelor guy giving away tickets.
Oh, I forgot about
trying
that.
to find a mate
Oh,
while
boy.
giving away the tickets.
Oh, that was we had that guy
And then he
standing
was-
outside the
He
door.
was outside the
Oh,
locked
boy,
doors
that
of
was
the
a-
Shark Bar.
It was like
that was a
mosaic.
tough putt.
Mosaic, Tony La Russa, and then this guy like banging on the door for to come on our show to ask anybody.
A random
Yeah.
woman.
Any-
But we had
yeah,
a
warm
window.
body.
There was an age
Ooh.
window, and then it kept moving a little younger, and then we weren't getting a lot of response, and he would move it a little higher. It was a little awkward because Mo and Tony are there. Maybe not the best friends. And then at the door is a guy trying desperately to get in, and Mo's like, Oh, you have fans. Not really.
Oh my goodness. So this Polos Plus dossier is already chock full, but we could add to it Tony La Russa and Jim Edmonds, and I would parlay those together with the over of 69.5 wins for the 2026 Cardinals. And I'm soliciting action via my phone and my group text. So if anybody wants it, it's there. Plus, I got this brick, and of course, it's strapped to my boy cleavage right here. That's where the brick is.
Yep, right at the sternum.
Yep.
So all I did this morning was just tweet out a beautiful, slow, like a pan of Busch Stadium. I went up to the top floor. We're at the Budweiser. We're in Crown Hall.
Yeah.
But the third floor is the Budweiser Terrace. Pretty cool spot up there. And just did a slow pan. Hey, it's opening day. Coverage all day. Fox 2, 101. Hey, here we go. Whatever. And immediately, enjoy last place. After the Dodgers three-peat, they're only going to be one behind the Deadbirds. That's from somebody called TP Mizzou One Fan.
Jackson, is that a Tiger nationalist?
Reeks of nationalism.
Is that right, really?
Yeah.
I'll have to go take a look at that
Final
account.
Four. Okay. So, anyway, the optimism is just amazing in this town right now. I can feel it.
I mean, somebody's got to be on this team.
That's right.
I am so high relative to 69.5 on this that, I mean, obviously I'm betting it big.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like we are on the precipice. Watch this. The summer of love.
Right.
The summer of the rekindling of love. That's what we are on the precipice of. And you know what it does? It excites me. In addition to all of that, by the way, Jackie Papers, I mean, you've got probably maybe the reason you're not going to be riding the bull tonight at PBR is because you're going to be watching the Sweet 16 tournament. And, you know, you talk about Illinois.
Oh, yeah.
How do you do?
It's going to be great. We got, 4 games tonight?
Texas, Purdue.
Awesome.
The one that I'm probably least interested, honestly, of all of the 8.
Yeah, it doesn't really.
Iowa, Nebraska.
That's going to be a
corn
ball game.
on the line.
Yeah.
Arkansas, Arizona.
Big time interested in that.
Yeah.
Illinois, Houston.
Not a big fan of the times, but what are you going to do?
9:05. Right. Brad Underwood was asked yesterday about playing in Houston. Somebody said, is it a disadvantage? Outstanding answer. He said, I used to be a JUCO coach. I drove a 16-passenger van, or he said he rode in a 16-passenger van. He said, we'd go from Dodge City, Kansas to Mesa, Arizona to play a game of basketball. He said, are you kidding me? Sweet 16. He said, I would have crawled here. There's a guy who waited a long time for the big job.
Right.
So I love that answer. Like, things to complain about. He's like, you kidding me? We're in the Sweet 16. Basically, like, get out of here. I love that.
The Houston Sweet 16 thing, I don't have a problem with them playing there. They're a 2 seed. But is that an issue? I didn't know. I thought the Missouri thing was legitimate complaint.
A 10 seed first round game.
I thought that was an absolute legitimate complaint. I know it would have been called homerism had I been bitching about it. If Miami was a 10 seed, Missouri was a 7, and they were hosting it. Is the Heat still playing American Airlines Arena?
Yeah,
it used to be anyway. Whatever.
FTX
Point being, it's in Miami. I would have said that's crap. It's but this is a regional. Just like I didn't think it was crap that Miami got to host the national championship game. That wasn't a seeding thing. That's where it was set.
Right.
The Buccaneers won a Super Bowl in their building. The Rams won a Super Bowl in their building.
Right.
These things are set.
Right.
And Houston's a 2 seed on the borderline of being up there with the other 1 seeds. So I don't have a problem with that. But I didn't know if there was pushback on it. The one that I thought was legitimate pushback was the Missouri one, even though I'm a Missouri fan.
Yeah, that one's more controllable. Something like this, like it's so hard to schedule out all.
Well, you
this
could
stuff.
not have Houston in that region.
Yeah,
that's the way that you can
right. But
control
then some other team could be in a situation that wins. Like, I mean, Florida played Iowa and they were in Tampa. Obviously, it's a little different than Houston playing in Houston, but it's 2-3 hours. Like, it's not crazy. Just like Mizzou playing in St. Louis.
But Florida's a 1 seed.
Yeah, I get that.
But you have 64 teams spread throughout the country. I mean, there's going to be some
one way or another
that pop up.
One way or another.
So I don't think it's a big deal. If it's a first round matchup, and
that's more controllable.
Yes.
The committee knew Mizzou sucks in the tournament anyway. That's from the beer rower. Mizzou is so pathetic they can't even compete in a home NCAA tournament game. That's from Eric in the Central West.
We're now 6 days removed.
Doty's doing a lot of laughing over there.
Jackson is not happy. He was just getting a little comfortable with the remote because so far so good.
Wow.
And then the guys came in with the Mizzou shots.
Hell hasn't even.
Yeah, there's Marsh.
Hell hasn't even come close to arriving yet.
Oh, is that right?
Oh,
what's going to happen? Me falling through the dais again?
Yeah, the ceiling. Something was going to collapse.
You know it's going to happen.
Are
you going to the game today?
No.
Wow, I got a stern look. What's
No, not like upset. No, I just
what you finna do then?
I gotta go back to the station. I got a lot of work to do.
Oh,
Wow.
Got a lot of work to do.
These shows don't produce themselves, Tim.
That's right.
I gotta upload. I gotta make drops the week. I got a lot of things to do.
All right. Apologize for asking.
No, I'll be watching.
Effing attitude.
I'll be watching.
Just
3:15 first pitch, 2:30 ceremonies begin. It was last year, I believe it was raining, and but the Clydesdales, I guess they can't make them sit around too long. They get antsy, so they started on time, but it was kind of a rainy day.
Yeah, last year kind of sucked in terms of weather.
In terms of the ceremony. So gates open at noon. You like logistics? Gates open at noon.
Yeah.
2:30 for the introductions. A year ago was the mosaic booing that was much debated and then took place. But you got your Red Jacks. LaRusso, Rowland, Ozzie, Simmons are the 4 Cooperstown Hall of Famers. Big Mac comes back he doesn't miss too many of these.
Yeah.
In the summer when they have the introduction or the induction, he'll be here. He may come by. Hey,
I'll short that market.
What's this picture you guys keep showing?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That would be a moment.
Wow. Yeah.
That would be a moment.
We should send it to Edmonds. Hey, does this look right?
The morning after 101 ESPN.
I got Chairman Steve asking if I'm going to be live at One Cardinal Way.
He seems like he's already off to a start this morning.
Didn't he call me a communist already?
Yeah,
yeah. And then I think there was something else too.
Yeah.
They may be going after Marsh.
Oh yeah.
I now in my free time I'll get texts. My wife say, "Who's that?" I'm like, "Oh, it's Chairman Steve." "Who's that?" "Buck Swope." This is part of my daily.
I just looked down that Marsh, you responding to our texters?
Tim, I'm up right now. I have to stay engaged right here. So yeah, we're talking about neck beards and doing karate.
So I just looked down. Alan Dadeville has been writing in that remote day going to be a field day on the TMA Reddit page as the Karate Kids take their revenge on Jack B. It was brought to our attention yesterday in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day that on the TMA Reddit page, Jackson has been catching hell because he was critical of adults who participate in karate. And I guess some of the guys on the TMA Reddit page are adults who participate in karate.
No, the guy who made the post was adamant that he's not into karate, but says that I'm like smug about adults doing karate. But I think I was saying adults in kids' classes doing karate.
And
does that happen a lot?
That Kramer did it.
And then
outside of a television show, a sitcom.
And then Alan Dadeville texted just Marsh, but this is in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. "Hey, Marsh, what's your take on adults who do karate? What if those adults are also neckbeard exclusive and don't touch grass?" And then Marsh started engaging and having a conversation.
Nice.
I think it depends on how good they are, of course. If they can break the wrist and walk away, I'm impressed despite not owning a razor. That's from Andrew Marsh in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, communicating with Alan Dadeville. What about the touching grass and having a neckbeard part, cutie? Alan Dadeville, back to Andrew Marsh. You don't think neckbeards are hot, Andrew Marsh. And Martin, that's what's going on with the gentleman filling in as our board operator today, Andrew Marsh, communicating with the gentleman who won a $10,000 HVAC system from Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, Alan Dadeville. It sounds like they're flirting. Jackson, that means you're getting cucked.
Yeah, in a way.
Yeah, we don't historically go back and forth with the texters.
This show specifically, I feel like, is exclusive. I see sometimes BK and Ferrari will go back and forth. The fast lane, seems like Kerry Davis will go back and forth. Marsh, do you go back and forth? We have so much hatred that if we picked one, we'd be doing a disservice to all the others who hate us.
Yeah, it's the definition of an unwinnable battle. We keep it to a one-way street. Let the hate come to us, and we'll just absorb it and redistribute that energy in a positive way.
Such as this. Who cares about any of the stuff you just said?
Well,
you could say that for the last 2 decades.
It just happened. So like, there's no reversing time.
That's from the Marquette Pissa. Is that one of your classmates?
Wow, the Marquette Pissa.
Do you think that's Marquette and Chesterfield or Golden Eagles?
That's a good question.
You think it was Shaka?
No, I think it's Clarkson. Because when I would tell people I went to Marquette, they're like, "Oh, Mustangs."
Yeah.
Oh, no, not high school.
No.
Sorry, it goes. Yeah. Where'd you go to high school? Which,
FCB.
by the way, there's a booth.
What do we got going?
Inside, I pointed. You can't see it. I'm sorry. Inside Busch Stadium this year, when they had their media day, open doors the other day, there's some kind of booth about where'd you go to high school, and I guess it generates your logo and all. It's maybe Nate, concession guy, according to Jackson, can explain it, but it's a new accoutrement inside the ballpark.
I like that word.
Guys, is there a chance the Marquette pisser could be Jimmy Butler? That's from the amateur proctologist.
That's true.
Jackson, how excited would you be?
If it was Jimmy Butler, he does like to mix it up a little bit.
So you think he could be texting into the?
Yeah, I don't see why not. He probably he seems like he would be a friend of the show if we had an NBA team and he played on it.
I could probably get to him.
Jimmy Butler?
Yeah,
really?
He would be a great guest.
Oh, papers. We just let you go.
He's got legit like a ton of personality. He'd be great.
I used to buy weed from Marquette kids. Pretty bad weed, to be honest. That's from Jugs in D.C., critical of the marijuana supply in West County.
I can see that.
I am now afraid to text meme things about Jackson because his boyfriend might read it and respond to me. That's from Steven Time. Yeah, you've got protection today.
Yeah, and I appreciate Marsh, but you can always send in hate towards me. It's all right.
Okay.
If that's
314-399-9646.
like I said, you send the hate,
really
I'll
need
absorb
the
it, and I'll
invite.
redistribute that energy in a positive way.
Look at this. I like the approach.
I'll try to.
Is it too hot for Dougie today? That's from the JC Penny Chat Sport. Doug is en route to Lake Placid, which I believe, Martin, flight to Chicago, flight to Albany, and then he said it was like a 2 or 3 hour drive because Lake Placid, and I did not know this, is basically on the border of New York and Vermont. I've never done any Vermonting. I've done some New Hampshiring.
I think his son's in a hockey tournament. That's
yes,
why
indeed.
they're going.
Lake Placid.
It'd be kind of cool to see. Lake
Yeah.
They're
Placid.
playing on that ice.
Is that the Finger Lakes? I guess it's Lake Placid, but is it by
Perfect.
the Finger Lakes?
Marsh,
If
want
you-
to step in for your
if you
guy here?
could.
Can't help you today, gentlemen. I have no idea.
That was
Cut that
Marsh's
off.
way of saying, I've talked enough.
I've seen the movie.
Yeah.
Right now, he's texting Mike Ryder. Do these guys take breaks? Like, no, not really. Yeah, we do between about 10:40 and 11 o'clock.
Yeah, that's right. That's a tight read. Yeah, I guess it is 7:30. Probably should break. We are broadcasting live from Ballpark Village. BK and Ferrario will be here as well. Cardinal
They got Bill
opening day.
DeWitt the third, I believe, stopping by.
Oh, nice.
There's a lot of Cardinal conversation, obviously.
The Polos Plus dossier chock full of delights here today. Anuk Karunaratne will be with us coming up at 8:30 on the Cardinal television situation. We will have Chaim Bloom with us here in the Stiefel studios, which are today on the road at Ballpark Village. He's going to join us at 10 o'clock. David Eckstein at 10:30. And I am of the opinion that Jim Edmonds will join us coming up at 8 o'clock. And
Will we just cold call him?
I might do that, but I just know he drops his kids off at 8 o'clock, and that's when he said to call. But he hasn't texted back yet. And then I think Tony La Russa is going to be here. I'm parlaying it. I think he's going to be here.
I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on there.
When's the last time you communicated with the skipper?
2 days ago, I said the show's going to be at Ballpark, much like last year, and said if you want to stop by between 7 and 11, and he said not sure. And I just don't know how to read that. Like, you guys suck. I don't want to be on the show.
Yeah.
I might be getting in that morning, or the Cardinals have me doing some stuff. I don't know
He's
what
just
it
not
means.
Sure. Yeah.
He's not sure, and you know what I said? Okay.
Not sure.
Yeah, that's Edmonds. He has
Should have just said, what the hell does that mean?
Yeah, why not?
You raise your voice.
Engage him.
I mean, you already texted.
You can rage bait him easy.
You already texted Ali Marmol. Let's go.
And he said in a meeting with Chaim, I feel like LaRouche, if I poked him, the man's 81. He's like, you get sarcastic with me? I'm like,
that's what I'm saying.
No, I all I said was okay.
We called him recently, like a year ago.
You're looking for trouble.
And you were giving him something. You're doing a little impression. He goes, "What? Are you making fun of me?" It was like Pesci.
Healthcare Evolution's the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour. If you have an injury right now, Healthcare Evolution can take care of it literally today or tomorrow. Just go to healthcare-evolution.com, the sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour. You don't have to wait to get in to see your primary care doctor and then inevitably the specialist you will see. You can get the treatment today without any insurance hassles. If you want real answers and same-day pain relief, Healthcare Evolution has a novel concept for you. When you have a medical issue, get real answers and same-day pain relief from Healthcare Evolution. No waiting for appointments, no waiting on answers, no insurance hassles. Healthcare Evolution will give you real answers and same-day pain relief on the spot. Get rid of those nagging injuries. Healthcare Evolution will help identify the pain, identify the treatment, and get you back to what you love doing faster. That's it. and you get 10% off when you let them know you are a TMA listener. Go to healthcare-evolution.com. That's healthcare-evolution.com and see firsthand the same benefits that I have experienced with Healthcare Evolution. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you, Doug Vaughn vacationing, Andrew Marsh is on the ones and twos. The program is called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Today on the road from Cardinal Ballpark Village for the home opener on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Okay, he has missed in 26 years. So he texted though last night and said, radio, show tomorrow, ? I took that to mean he wants to come on.
You speak Edmonds, in other words.
And I think he wants to come on. As far as Tony La Russa goes, I like the chances of that one too. I just think you guys have this rapport.
I get kind of dunked on and then he shows up.
Yeah.
Something to that effect. I just wondered if he had another event. I don't know. See, I'm trying to think of Edmonds opening days. Cincinnati for sure, right? Did he have a Cubs opening day? I'm going to have to go back and look because I'm trying to remember where
Padres?
he was.
He did start in San Diego. Was it 2008? I think, yes.
Thank you for giving us David Freese.
Yes, indeed. So there is your Polos Plus dossier. The game getting underway at 3:15 today. Cardinals and Rays. Cardinals, for the record, plus money with Matthew Liberatore on the mound, going up against Drew Rasmussen for this historic rivalry as the two franchises get a chance to go heads up. Marshy Marsh, I'm going to call for audio since we can't see each other. I'm putting you to the test. Are you standing by? Are you communicating with Alan Dadeville over neckbeards and adult karate?
No, not anymore, Tim. I'm ready to go. What do you want from me?
Well, I'd like to hear from Herrera and Wynn on their view on the 2026 Cardinals, because I'm going to throw a brick at the over of 69.5.
I mean, at the end of the day, we don't care what people say, man. We all know that we're a family here. We're going to compete every day. And, like, I watch this team, and, you know, you see guys that can be a future stars in this team. And, like, I feel like we're going to do a good job on winning. You know, people say that because we're young, we're not winning. But, like, last year, if you see, like, we struggled at the end. But before half, we had a good team. We had opportunity to compete and, like, get in the wild card. But I feel like we're going to have a good team this year, and we're going to prove. It's not proving people wrong. It's just proving ourselves that we're capable of winning games.
Yeah, I mean, it should be really fun. Like, it's like, again, obviously the projections don't have us looking great, but, I mean, this team is so close. It feels like we're gonna make some magic happen. It kind of feels like that, and I think a lot of the guys in here would say the same thing. You know, it's been a lot of fun throughout spring, and obviously being at Busch Stadium, you can kind of feel the energy rise a little bit.
You're going to make magic.
Workout day yesterday. Mason Wynn, Ivan Herrera. Have we done predictionary for our leaders this season?
Oh, what do we got? I'll do predictionary.
What do you guys want to do? A little papers,
Yes.
Pen and paper.
Let's do it.
Young Jackson Burkett.
I got the prediction.
Okay,
Yep.
Cardinals batting average leader at season's end. I think did Burleson end up last year around 290? But
Aren't you gonna keep the books on this one?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
I'll go Weatherholt.
You're gonna go Weather. I was contemplating Weatherholt. I'll go Herrera.
It's a nice play. I was considering that one.
Is there a minimum at bats situation we got?
You thinking Pozo, aren't you?
I'm thinking Pozo.
You're going Pozo.
Yeah, I'm going Pozo.
All right, how about I'm gonna say, can I say 300 at bats minimum?
Okay. Well,
So
then I'm
Pozo
gonna
may not
move
get it.
off Pozo. Then I'm gonna agree with Herrera.
Okay. JBMK.
Predictionary is getting updated. I like this.
Okay. We actually keep track of stuff, Jackson. We were at that.
Oh,
Home runs.
This is a tough one.
I'm gonna go Gorman. It's got pop. That's. What are your candidates here? I mean, it's basically Burleson, Herrera, Gorman.
It's.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go Burleson.
Burleson.
Okay.
I also like Burleson. I think if Velasquez was up, I would probably go with him.
By the way, we will
Really?
ask.
Yeah.
Are you being serious?
If Velasquez was
Oh,
on the
wow.
opening day roster, yeah, I would go with
He would be the
Velasquez.
Cardinal home run leader.
Yeah. I'm not saying that as like a huge credit to Velasquez. I'm saying the team doesn't have a lot of pop.
Oh, you want to bet under on 69.5? What?
No. They can produce runs in other ways.
It's funny that you say I'm on the over, and you could be considered a homer for saying
They're gonna win
I
70
think they'll
games.
win more than 70 games.
Right.
Homer.
Or 70.
Batting average, home runs. How about wins? Pitching staff. Your top win. Now wins don't matter anymore. I understand. I get with the analytics nerd. Wins. I'm going to say Liberatore, and it's who do you got between three guys? McGreevy, Liberatore, May. You guys are all buddies with McGreevy. It's going to be kind of awkward if you don't pick him.
Yeah, I know. He was pissed that he wasn't picked number 1 overall in our fantasy league, so that's already caused
It's
some problems.
Supreme confidence. I'm going McGreevy.
Wow.
So here's the thing. If Dustin May is dealing, And I think, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I know Chaim Bloom can't say this anyway. But if he's dealing, I feel like he has, check this out. If he's dealing, he has the highest ceiling. Check this out. If he's dealing, he has the highest ceiling.
So he'll be gone, and therefore his win total gets cut off.
That's where I am.
Late
You're already ahead of
the
me.
end of July.
So he's leading them in wins, but he gets shipped out.
Right. But I'm not.
That makes it a little tricky.
I'm gonna go D May.
Okay. Do
Who
we need to
You're on
prorate?
Liberatore.
I'm on Liberatore. Are you writing them down?
No, I'm doing show notes.
Oh, okay.
You mother effer.
Well,
unbelievable.
Well, he's over.
It's an important thing.
He looked at me, Tim, and face it. So you're going with, and then he's typing while he's asking me.
It's like a court stenographer.
I thought, okay, he's entering these into the record. I'll text Doug too. We'll get his take. Include him on this.
Say, oh, I don't know. What do you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Who's
I
on
can literally
the team
imagine
again?
that phone call right now.
I'm trying to park at the airport and I got yelled at and I cannot find my phone. It's all gone to hell. And a lot of that is Doug's shtick. But if you're around Doug traveling, it's kind of who he is.
Jackson and Doug in Jupiter was a sitcom.
It was unbelievable.
Jackson has to.
Doty
Yeah.
here, who is with them, can verify.
Doty knows.
And I still don't know why you weren't driving.
That I don't know. That I don't know.
Take the keys from
it was driving Miss Piddles.
I was driving one day home from golf, and I was sitting there driving home. I was like, why have I not been doing this the entire time? And it's not that Doug's a bad driver. He just got flustered by Apple Maps being up on the screen because it would say continue straight for 400 feet, and he would just turn left. I was like, no, it's saying to do the opposite of that. But then, of course, I didn't know what Clark Street was or north side of the building. So who am I to speak?
When you drive with Jeff Burkett, your father, does he drive?
My dad, if we go on a family trip or anything, he drives. He doesn't let anyone even drive an inch because he gets nauseous if he's in like the passenger.
Oh, is that right?
Okay.
Yeah, he's the only one who's allowed to
drives you to work famously.
Yep.
However, does he have any of Doug's tendencies? I'm trying to put it into like
my dad is great with technology.
Okay, so he doesn't just start.
My mom has a little bit
turning
more
down streets.
My mom has a little bit more of Doug's struggles with technology. My dad is really good with technology.
The car is literally saying, "Turn left in 500 feet," and Doug goes, "Well, I'll go left here." Like, well, that's the wrong way. Anything else I should put in there? We have home runs, batting average, wins. Saves could be also up for grabs. Romero could be leading and he could be dealt.
Yeah. I'll go Riley O'Brien.
Wow. Okay, we are going to do it. Okay, saves. Oh, bro, that's an Irish pick. Jeez.
No.
I'm going to go Romero just because I feel safest about him getting the most opportunities.
Jackson's also anti-Irish and he's on the record.
You could do better.
That's a new mo.
Okay. Romero was.
I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna be tough to document it because this is written like the zodiac letters.
Joe Buck would grab my notes. He goes, "This is like a beautiful mind."
It really is something else.
But you went Romero, Jackson.
Yeah.
Tim went Riley O'Brien. I'm gonna go Swanson.
This is how I imagine they mapped out the country. Like when Lewis and Clark were looking around, they're just writing over other things.
I'm gonna send it to the group, so it'll be very.
Yeah, you're gonna send that.
No, I'm gonna detail it for you.
I could probably transcribe it.
Hey, by the way, Jojo Romero is one of the handful of Cardinal players that are not making the minimum. I believe there are 9 players on this team, 9 of 26, that are not making the minimum MLB salary, which is a hefty wage. You're making $820,000.
Is that what it is? I was just looking that up.
$820,000. So I added up.
McGreevy couldn't put down $500 to play Grove.
Tim's got that strapped to his chest right now.
I don't have 820.
Yeah, right. Sorry,
but I do have 400.
Without counting the Arenado, Sonny Gray, Contreras, the money that they're shipping out. Okay,
that's right.
If you don't count that, I went to Spotrac, which is kind of the place to go for contracts, sports contracts. It's around 58 to 59 million for the 26-man roster. Dustin May is making 12.5. So that literally is a fifth. He is making a fifth of the payroll. And if they could just only ship him out come July.
And he's probably what, the 200th highest paid player in Major League Baseball?
And was probably one of the poorest guys on the Dodgers.
For sure.
And so that 58 to 59 million compares to Dak Prescott making $60 million as the starting quarterback. The starting quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys makes more than the entire opening day roster. Yeah. Is that not unbelievable?
That's crazy.
So Jojo Romero, who is among the highest paid, He is the third highest paid Cardinal at $4.26 million.
Yeah, wow.
Which means he's got to go.
Got to
go.
Ship him out. Guys, I'm not joking. I don't know any of the people you're talking about. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. He's not familiar with the names
Riley
of the players.
O'Brien,
Right.
Matt Swanson.
Yep.
Jojo Romero. To Paper's point, I think I really better write these down soon.
This is from a month of Sundays. If the Cardinals went 76 and 86 this year, would you be okay with that? I think I would. That's from a month of Sundays. For my wager, I absolutely would. But in general, I also would. To me, as crazy as this might sound, 2026 is already a success because they've turned the page. Now, if you set a success, it's a case-by-case basis. If you set a success as well, it's got to be a playoff spot or it got to be whatever, that's fine. From my standpoint, this is already a success because of where they are. Now, 2 years from now, that, of course, would not be the case. There has to be progress on it. But they turned the page. They were able to do something that I think, and maybe they can't say this, but if they would have had their druthers, this would have happened in the 2024-2025 offseason. And so now it's been accomplished. I realize they're a long ways away from where they want to be, but it needed to happen. And I think many of you would agree that with the benefit of hindsight, even though Jackson Burkett and I were proudly saying it on the award-winning balloon party in July of 2023, trading Arenado, trading Goldschmidt at that time, you've got to pick a lane. They've finally picked a lane. I do think they were trying to pick the lane in the 2024 offseason, and they had really, but Nolan Arenado blocked it, and then Contreras and Gray didn't want to go at the time. But now they have. And so from that standpoint, for me, it is already a success. You're just not going to reap the rewards of it for, most likely anyway, a few years.
Yeah, what they were doing largely for 10 years, just kind of piecing it together, patching it, and you'd get a big name like Arenado, get a big name like Goldschmidt. But the group, it just was not a team that was truly a World Series contending team. It was just sort of every year kind of masking it. And when you had to go out at the trade deadline and add Lester and Happ, and then you nailed it by getting Quintana and Montgomery.
That was a great deadline.
But that's not a winnable strategy.
Right.
You say, let's just get to July, and if we're kind of hanging on the wild card, let's pull off some killer trades.
I was asked in the Ask Me Anything or whatever the hell I was doing when I was flying back from spring training on Monday about when it went wrong for the Cardinals. When, whether it be a year or an event, Martin. And I thought it was a really good question. Tip of the cap to the gentleman. Is it Gregory Ye who asked me that question? Do you pronounce it Gregory Ye?
I've seen that name before.
Yay.
On the TMA fan page. Yeah, Gregory Ye. I have my answer, but I'd be curious what your answer is.
Like when things really dropped off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if there's something that you can point to, I guess.
Like a decision.
Moment. Take your pick, whatever it is.
Because I think Cardinal fans should have never let Pujols go, and that's not true. That contract would not have aged well.
That's not a TMA audience perspective,
right,
and I'm proud of the TMA audience.
Right,
for not
but you know, there's
the
the Cardinal fan like we should have never let Albert leave. No, because they were good for a while after that, and a lot of it was players they brought up through the system, the Alan Craigs, the Trevor Rosenthal, so they nailed it there in that window. I honestly think a little bit was based on the development being such a massive issue now. I think Jeff Luhnow leaving was,
and that was 07-ish, right? Walt got let go in 07.
No, Luhnow was here through 11.
Okay,
he was here through, and
Walt got let go in 07 because he didn't want to work with Luhnow.
Yes, but then if you look at how they did draft and develop, which is what we're talking about now, Luhnow leaves after 2011. So if you feel like, and I do, that he was doing a good job, you feel those effects because his players drafts, whatever. You're not going to feel it for a few years. So that gets you to about 13, 14. And then after that, they haven't been bringing up the quality that they did for a stretch there. So I'll go with that.
Okay. I have an answer I'll be curious to hear your guys' response to when I give it. And then also we are getting, I would say 50 texts here within the last 60 seconds on one particular moment. But to make sure that we don't fall behind on the clock, since we've only broken one time and it's 7:59,
and we've got a boatload of guests coming by.
Coming on.
Is it the Schilt?
That's
what people use.
That's not it.
I think once the narrative on him came out of San Diego, people have backed off of that.
That's correct. So I'll have that for you and my perspective on it. That's coming up. Chaim Bloom's going to join us here at the dais. We are broadcasting live from Ballpark Village. 101 ESPN here with TMA and BK and Ferrario up until 2 o'clock. Marshy Marsh is filling in for Jackie Papers on the board. Jackson is here with me and Martin. Doug is on vacation. Chairman Kurt has the day off. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals in action today. It's opening day as they take on the Tampa Bay Rays. First pitch today is at 3:15. Matthew Liberatore on the mound. He'll face Drew Rasmussen. The morning after continues right here on 101 ESPN. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
101 ESPN is broadcasting live from the Crown Hall at Budweiser Brew House inside Ballpark Village for the Cardinals home opener. Our Cardinals home opener coverage is refreshed by Budweiser. Cardinal fans, this Bud's for you. And brought to you by Rawlings. Visit the Rawlings Experience at Westport Plaza for everything baseball, softball, and to be considered one of the finest in the field.
Coming live from the city, SDM home, red shirt, red city, game time, put them on. Hustle hard to get it, so it's time to set the tone.
Wow, that was some kind of update. Woo.
Yeah.
Now that's an update.
Yeah, that's an update.
Everyone laps me when it comes to updates.
That's
at least you know it.
That's an update. Woo.
Listen to this beat. Hard not to get fired up. Look at the way Papers is staring down Martin.
No,
that's why you watch on YouTube.
He's so right though. I heard.
Well, then I want you rat your game up, huh?
No.
Marsh, how do you feel? You just dunked on Jackson on his own show.
It feels pretty good, Tim.
Yeah, it should.
Feels pretty good.
Marsh is like a real broadcaster.
My voice is not up to snuff right now. It's still early for me.
Yeah.
Still very early. So I this is helping me get the pipes ready for 2:00.
Okay.
They are very supportive of you in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat here on the morning after. You can watch us live from Cardinal Ballpark Village for opening day. The coverage here brought to you by Rawlings. That's why we have the gloves on the dais for those of you watching, and by Budweiser. BK and Ferrario will be here as well from 11 to 2. Come on by for the festivities on what will be a beautiful and warm opening day in downtown St. Louis. The television discussion is certainly a focal point here for a lot of fans. How can I watch the Cardinals this year? And the gentleman with the answers is going to join us coming up at 8:30. Anuk Karunaratne is going to join us coming up at 8:30. Chaim Bloom is going to be with us at 10 o'clock. David Eckstein at 10:30. And Martin, no response unless it's
8:08.
Nothing from
Nothing
from ball game. Nothing from ball game.
These stupid people are in front of me in line.
I don't know what it is, but he is not responded. So we'll see if he winds up joining us, as this will be the first Cardinal opening day when he's not playing for another team anyway that he will miss in 26 years. And he texted me last night about wanting to come on the show. Anyway,
have we ever lost a guest to carpool before? Probably.
I'd have to
think Mr. Licks, if I'm not mistaken, would be the only other one.
By the way, Edmonds, I did look it up. He had 7 opening days, unless he came up late, 6 or 7 opening days with the Angels. And then he had 8 opening days in St. Louis, and then was with the Padres, Milwaukee, it appears.
For opening days.
Cincinnati or Milwaukee. I don't know if he started or ended with Milwaukee or Cincinnati. It doesn't matter.
The question that I posed, that I was asked when I was doing an Ask Me Anything on the TMA fan page on Facebook, which I was then banned from later on in that Ask Me Anything. But I am back, like Jordan wearing the 4-5, when did it go wrong for the Cardinals? And Martin, your answer was?
Jeff Luhnow leaving the franchise.
I think that's a good answer. A lot of people have pointed to that moment. What was texted in, and you don't have the text inbox in front of you, so I doubt you saw this. And I mean, it was texted in, by about 9 out of 10 people who were responding to it at 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox was Oscar Taveras' passing. And I understand that. I look at it differently, and here is what I see. This is when I think it changed. And then I think there is a domino effect on it. The Cardinals had, if Edmonds were to join us, and he was a part of these teams, great teams. I mean, great world championship caliber teams. In 2000, that one's kind of forgotten, but that was Edmonds' favorite team, in part because it was just a fun group. The team that most people consider the best of their lifetimes, if they were around for it, 2004, and then another 100-win team in 2005. None of those teams won the World Series. As a matter of fact, only one of them went to the World Series, And there were a total of 0 World Series wins from those. And that also includes a time period in which they were a very good team in 2001, but lost to the eventual world champions in the wild card, and a very good team in 2002, despite the adversity they experienced with the passing of Darryl Kyle in what was an emotional year for the St. Louis area with Jack Buck's passing as well. So then you have 2006 roll around, and you have a team that wins less games than the 2003 team that didn't make the playoffs wind up winning the World Series. You tie that in with what you cited with Lunau's passing, not passing, but with Lunau leaving and Jocketty getting terminated, and you have this transition to the Mozeliak era. In 2009, they also had a great team, but they got swept out of the playoffs. And in 2010, they don't even make it. And Joe Strauss's big thing in 2011 was this organization is about to turn the page, not necessarily to the extent it has as we sit here on the threshold of 2026, but I think he knew that La Russa might be done. He believed Pujols was not going to be around either. And if you look at it, as crazy as this might sound, with Mozeliak in charge in 08, 09, 10, and it looked like they weren't going to make the playoffs in 2011, that there might be a change in that role. And so you would have had the loss of the GM, the manager, and the Hall of Famer. And then they go on the run and they win the World Series. And I think that combined with 2006 and Lunau leaving, all happening around the same time, set the threshold for the franchise to not be, let's dominate in the regular season like we did in 2000, 2004, and 2005, but let's just get in. Because when we dominated, we didn't win. But if you just get a ticket into the tournament, you can win. And I believe that changed the mindset from what it was in the first decade of the 2000s to what it's become over the last 10 to 15 years. That's what I think was pivotal. And you could even extend it further out if you wanted to, that in 2015, they were a 100-win team and didn't win a playoff series. So that coincidence, I believe, has played a role in the way they structure the roster, which has played a role in what you see now.
And you would hear that from them. Well, you just want to get in. You just want to get in. And that wasn't a mantra for a number of years there. I also think the combination, first, Walt and Tony, and then just Tony, they pushed hard to the front office. After that, Mike Matheny comes in. He's a first-time manager. I don't think he was going to be prone to pushing the front office or telling them what to do. I wish Joe Strauss was here for a million different reasons.
Amen.
But I would love to know how sure he was, if they don't succeed in 2011, that they were going to pivot from Mozeliak, because the DeWitts are pretty loyal and they stay the course. However, I think the caveat there would have been if they thought they were going to make a change and said, well, maybe Mo is not the guy, I think they would have given it to Lunau. And I think then he wouldn't have left. I think they would have.
There you go.
I think they would have said, you know what? We got the guy here who we really want running. You know, they might have even said, Mo, we'll give you a different job. I mean, knowing how they operate, they would try to make it as appealing as possible. So I don't know what Joe knew, but if I were to workshop it, that would be my theory. Because Mr. DeWitt was so high on Jeff Lunau.
So the whole pivotal month, if you want to isolate it in, and again, we were around for it. You doing television, me doing this show, was August of 2011, and I don't think many people were even really paying attention. But those in the know at the time were aware that La Russa may be retiring. And there was talk of him retiring actually before the season came to a conclusion, making that announcement, not leaving in the middle of the season. So you would have had that. And then you had the Pujols thing. Now, I think locally, a lot of people thought he was going to re-sign. But I think logically, it was clear that that was going to be awfully difficult. And then you add in the context of 2008 with Mozeliak, 2009, great year, but not a playoff series win. 2010 didn't make the playoffs. And again, it would have looked like 2011, in August of 2011, they weren't going to make the playoffs. So if you're going to have this turnover in the organization with La Russa, Pujols, and that also includes Dave Duncan, then this would be the time to make that move. And maybe they would have done it in a more peaceful way as opposed to just a whacking. But that was it. And then instead, at the end of August of 2011, they begin the run. It carries over all the way through to a world championship. And then you're in the NLCS again in 12, World Series 13, NLCS 14, 100-win season in 15 on a model that is just get in. And that is why in 16, 17, and 18, when they didn't have great teams, that as opposed to picking a lane, like I wish they would have in August of 2023 or July of 2023 with Goldschmidt and Arenado, they're like, well, look what happened in 2006 and 2011. You just get in, that they didn't sell the assets they had in 16, 17, and 18, and instead held serve, and they therefore didn't capitalize on an opportunity to pick a lane in those seasons. Then they get in and somehow to the NLCS in 19 with of my observations of all these teams in the 21st century that made it to the NLCS, without question, the weakest one was the 2019 team. And it was exposed when they went up against the eventual world champion Nationals. That was smoke and mirrors. And I'm sure the 2019 Atlanta Braves go, how the hell did we lose to this group? And so that then set the tone of, well, then we got in the playoffs in 2020, and I don't even know what the format was in 2020. And then they got the one-game playoff in 2021. Well, see, we've made the playoffs each of the last 3 years. So it set the bar in a different standpoint than what it had been. And then that could be sold to the fan base as success, when in reality, the teams in 1920 and 2021 couldn't carry the jock straps of the teams in 2000, 2004, and 2005. But the model of the organization at that point had changed.
Yeah, I think things were masking the issues because Albert Pujols in 2022 leads you to a division title. But that team wasn't really doing much of anything. So you had the aberration of the 17-game winning streak, the aberration that was Albert just going insane. That gets you in 2 years in a row, and it kind of adds to the Mo resume and the run that they, quote, had been on. But you could tell those teams weren't true World Series contenders. Right. And I think that is true. That I've asked Chaim Bloom this a couple times. Did he have to convince the DeWitts that this is the route to go? Because largely what we're talking about was just, well, we don't really want to not be in it. We don't really want to give up. So let's sure sign Mike Leake. Okay, sure, overpay Dexter Fowler. A lot of moves were made that weren't franchise altering, but they were just kind of to keep it kind of competitive, just to patch it together. And that's kind of been the model for a while. That's why I'm shocked that they were saying, sure, okay, tear it down. And my buddy Chris Pelican said, and he's not mad at you, I think he's saying for the Cardinals, he texted me, he said, I don't think they needed to go this extreme. Now, it's a longer detailed, he said, with baseball, and he's a smart baseball guy. He had basically saying, though, and you didn't need to go this extreme. And when I mentioned the payroll, this is pretty extreme. And for Cardinal fans, I think it is kind of jarring. We mentioned names, they're like, who are these guys? And the payroll is less than Dak Prescott makes. I mean, it is still shocking. Now, it's up to Chaim Bloom for it to work in the next couple of years, that you see some development. And these guys, the problem I have is Weatherholt has to be a star. Like you cannot afford in this moment for him, because they've had so many issues with top picks not panning out. It's so much pressure. If he doesn't pan out, then where are we? Then they're going backwards.
It's brutal. It's a critical moment. And as you mentioned, the organization has had a number of guys over the last 2 decades that have been hyped and then did not turn into what fans were sold on them becoming. So this is a critical moment, but it's also a moment where there is a lot of enthusiasm to see what he will become. And I think fans are going to be fired up to see that debut today here in downtown St. Louis. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on the morning after. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Doug Vaughn is on vacation. Jackson Burkett at the Stiefel Studios.
Are you
with
still
us
tight?
As well?
Yeah, of course I'm tight.
Okay. You just let Anuk into the building, so you just completed a task.
Yeah, one step down, baby.
Okay. Feel better about yourself. Relax.
I feel fine. We'll be all right. Hey,
relax.
Listen, I know we'll be all right.
You're literally on the big stage here.
You're a beautiful boy. I want you to remember that.
Thank you.
We're on the stage and the lights are bright.
Martin's
really
gaslighting me into being more tight.
That's good. I like what he's doing though,
Yeah.
because he's making it even more.
Yeah.
It's amusing to us.
Yeah.
No, I'm glad. I'm glad this ulcer that's developing.
You can email in on Jackson being tight for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. It comes your way at approximately 9:45 here on our Polos Plus dossier. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. They're the longest running sponsor on TMA going back more than a decade. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. And if the air conditioning isn't working today, even though it is only March 26th, then you may have a problem. All you need to do, though, to solve the problem is go to designairservice.com and work with Seth Goldcamp and his team. He is 4th generation, and we work with him on this show, and we advocate you do the same. Design Air Heating and Cooling. We are broadcasting live here on 101 ESPN from Ballpark Village. And coming up, we will talk it over with Anuk Karunaratne to get his perspective on the Cardinal television situation. I think it's one of the top stories in St. Louis right now. How can I watch the game? Well, you're going to hear the direct answers from the person who is in charge of it right now here on 101 ESPN. It's coming up in a matter of moments. That's next on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Ballpark Village. Our Cardinals home opener coverage is refreshed by Budweiser. Cardinal fans, this Bud's for you. And brought to you by Rawlings. Visit the Rawlings Experience in Westport Plaza for everything baseball, softball, and to be considered one of the finest in the field.
The game comes on, the fans come out, and here at Busch, it's getting loud. So grab a beer, get ready for the game.
I mean, Martin, I'm in a spot here because I want to let this breathe for the audience because it's so musically delightful. But I'm in quite a spot here, Martin, because I want to let the music breathe for the audience. But we have Anuk Karunaratne sitting with us here, and I think it's probably the last thing that he wants to hear.
That was great. Was that a personal mix-up that you did?
Martin did it.
Yeah, Jackson and I yesterday after the show workshopped a couple of things. Rhyme Budweiser.
Yeah, some wonderful
that
work.
Great.
Yeah, it was wonderful. Thank you.
We have a lot of weird songs that people have
created for the show.
Some of them are from like 2013, 2014. They'll find a way to rhyme with Molina. You're screaming like a hyena because you're such an excited fan. You know, a lot of that.
Yeah.
Nonetheless,
thank you for joining us.
Yeah, happy to be here.
You've probably been one of the busiest guys in the organization here over the last few.
I think everyone's been busy. It's been a busy off season on all fronts, but yeah, certainly, I'm probably up there, as are many of our staff members, in terms of all the different things that are going on, and TV transition being one of them.
When people ask me where do I find the games, I say here's Anuk's cell. Just call him. What's your actual title? I know you're a VP broadcast, but it's bigger than that.
Senior Vice President of Business Operations.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Anuk Karunaratne has been here. Now, this is your third?
This is my third opening day, end of my second full year. Yeah.
In this position. So this has been ongoing. I just wanted to start with people that were frustrated that it's just now coming out. Is it accurate that the carriers, the AT&Ts, the Charter, they kind of want to wait till the last minute to get the deals done? Is that accurate? Because they'd have to pay you sooner, so they might as well wait.
Yeah,
loosely?
I mean, so I'll kind of expand on that. So, you know, there's kind of three elements to, or there's actually four elements to kind of dealing with the broadcast, and we can unpack all of them. But one of those is getting the actual distribution on the cable carriers, and that is a negotiation with AT&T and DirecTV in our market, you know, Spectrum, et cetera. And that was managed by Major League Baseball on behalf of all of the teams. So there's 14 clubs that are now part of MLB local media. So that's kind of a bigger negotiation than just me or someone at the Cardinals trying to do those deals. So we weren't really in control of the timeline. And as you can imagine, trying to do that for 14 clubs in a compressed window, it can take some time. So yes, the reason that it took long is negotiations tend to be deadline driven, and the deadline unfortunately happens to be opening day before the games go on. Fortunately, all of those deals, or at least all the big ones, are done, and the games will be on and accessible, and we have the channel information out there.
So for those who are listening and have not had a chance to see that, I want to utilize the opportunity with you here to go through what that would look like and how it would be accessible, because it is accessible. It's just now being announced for the reasons you gave. It
is, yeah. So, I mean, in terms of accessing the game, if you watched it on cable, you can still watch it on cable. So if you're on, you know, Spectrum or DirecTV, the channel numbers are different. We've published those on social media. I think we put it out in a press release. You'll be able to find that, or just go on your guide, TV guide, and type in Cardinals. The games will be on the same way that they were on last year, just on a different channel. You don't have to pay any more money. It's just part of your cable subscription. So for everyone that watches on cable, you'll have to figure out the new channel. And I know there's been a lot of anxiety in our market about what the channel number is. The good thing is by 2 o'clock when the pregame starts, hopefully everyone's able to figure that out. And then on streaming, it is, instead of last season, it was the FanDuel Sports Network app. This year, it will be the MLB TV app. So you can either buy the Cardinals only, so you'll get all 150 locally broadcast games on streaming by paying $99 or $19.99 a month. Or you can, for people that either want even more baseball than that, or have been subscribers of MLB TV in the old outer market package, where the Cardinals were blacked out of, you can add to that package and have all of the games with no blackouts. So we really like the MLB product. For anyone that's used it, it is a really slick interface. The price point of $99 is down from, I think it was 120 something last season. So we're excited about that.
All right, for those listening that have Charter Spectrum, channel 362. If you have DirecTV, channel 672. I'm not going to read them all, but AT&T UVerse, channel 1746. And there's a lot of information out there on Fubo. One that we disclosed, I think we texted the other day about it, YouTube. It's not a Cardinal thing. It's sort of a YouTube thing.
Yeah, so we were never on YouTube TV even last season. It's definitely a place we'd love to be. I mean, one of our big goals has been trying to increase the reach of our broadcast. It doesn't make sense for us to try to be creating barriers for people to be able to watch the game. But with YouTube TV and Hulu is similar. It's got to make sense for them to want to get into the business of local sports. They are currently in the business of national TV. But local sports is different. And, so that's not a Cardinal decision. That's a YouTube TV decision.
So no teams are on YouTube TV or Hulu for that matter.
Not for local.
Yeah,
correct.
For local. So that's, Jackson and I, we talk about YouTube TV. We love YouTube TV, but that is not a Cardinal thing. That is a YouTube TV business model. I asked you off air, and some people are texting it in, Anuk, asking about Amazon Prime, which was the alt for those of us who are YouTube TV subscribers. That is not the option. It is MLB and that app this year, MLB
Correct.
TV.
Yeah. So you download the MLB TV app on your smart TV, or, you can, I guess, cast it from your phone if you want to do it that way. And it is a great product. I mean, for anyone that's used it, it's one of the better streaming for sports streaming products I've personally used, and I'm not biased. I would have told you this last year before we had this relationship. So I'm excited for people to try that out.
So bottom line, if you don't have Spectrum cable, if you don't have DirecTV or AT&T, and your TV pops up and it's got the Netflix account, the Hulu, and all of those, that's where you would incorporate the MLB app.
Correct.
And that's where you purchase it by game or by the whole season?
It's either by month or the full season.
And the whole full season was what,
199?
That's for the whole season.
For the whole season, all games. It's a pretty good deal.
That sounds like a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
As you might imagine, because I'm sure you've been receiving these. If people have been able to reach out to you, we are getting a lot of questions from our listeners.
Are you up for questions?
I'm up for questions.
All right,
Okay,
here we go.
here we go.
Send them in, 314-399-9646. And if you're in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, you can fire away in there away. So, Anuk, FanDuel watchers last year need to switch to MLB for this year. Is that correct? Stepdad Gary has just written in.
FanDuel viewers, if you were streaming it on the app, you need to switch to MLB.
Okay.
If you were watching FanDuel Sports Network on your TV on cable, you just need to find the new channel number. You don't need to do anything else other than figure out the channel number, which Martin just read out.
Okay. I love the new MLB app, but are you guys looking at adding more spring training games next year? That's from Free Cairo.
Yeah. So, we found out on December 15th that we were going to have to make the switch. So there were plans to do actually more spring training games this year if our deal didn't fall through.
Oh, okay.
But the logistics of trying to figure out, switching providers meant we got 8 games, which, by the way, most of the other teams that made the switch had between 1 and 5 games for spring training. It's just like super condensed logistics. So that's a long-winded way to say we want to do more spring training games, and that's certainly going to be part of what we look at trying to do for next season.
Is Cardinals.TV still in play, or no? That was just to be utilized for the spring, or does that still get you to the MLB?
Yeah, Cardinals.TV. If you go to that website, it pulls you to the page that has kind of all the information on how to download and watch through streaming.
Okay, so all your fans, if you live in Alaska or you live in Alabama, they can just buy the package and watch. And there's no,
well,
you'd always hear these horrible stories. Oh, I can't get it because down the road the Cubs are playing or the Twins are playing.
Yeah, so
that's a bigger MLB issue, I realize.
Yeah, in the past there were blackout issues, but it's pretty simple now. Anyone in the country should be able to watch Cardinal games if they want. So we have a TV territory. Every team has a TV territory. Ours is obviously Missouri, but it extends into Iowa, parts of Indiana, most of Illinois, Western Tennessee, Arkansas, Oklahoma, pretty big swath of the country. For anyone in that TV territory, you can download the app and pay $99 a month and watch the Cardinals only, or you can add to the MLB TV package and watch every single baseball game this season. If you're outside of that territory, all you need to do is buy the MLB TV outer market package, which has the Cardinal games. Some of those may get blacked out depending on local market. So if you're in Alaska, you don't have an issue. There's no local blackouts. If you live in LA and the Cardinals are playing the Dodgers and you have the MLB TV package, they may black out the LA Dodgers games from that package, which, if we're playing there, you wouldn't get the Cardinals. So there's some nuances, but the blackout issue has been largely addressed in making this switch, which was one of our big goals.
Let me see what we got here. Is there any way that you can pick up a picture-in-picture so I can watch the Cardinals while my wife watches the Real Housewives show?
Oh, that's a great question.
I know this is something.
Has this come up in the boardroom?
I'm sure you've been asked this.
I've never been asked that.
Is that Edmonds chiming in?
But I would say
he's going to be with us in 15 minutes, by the way.
I would say in thinking about that question, I don't know if that would be a great viewing experience for either one of you. So I would just tell you to buy a second TV and find, two different spaces in the house. And it may work out better that way. But we'll look into that.
So it looks like people now are in the clear here and know that they now just need to go to MLB TV, or if you are a Spectrum customer, you're good.
Yeah.
DirecTV, you're good. Any other questions, Martin, that you have, because you have gotten these questions to your inbox?
Well, my mom was peppering me last night because where she lives, I gave her the Spectrum number. She said, "Well, I have DirecTV, so I'll get those for you tomorrow." And she said, "I'm also going to need to know AT&T because my friend Donna has AT&T." So I'm like, "Okay, Donna, I will get you the number as well."
Questions.
What about long term? Because this was obviously last minute. You guys partnered with MLB TV. Cardinal fans are used to the model. Hey, we've got Fox Midwest, FanDuel Live, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you see it headed? Do you see a Cardinal channel specifically here in St. Louis sticking with MLB? Where do you see the long term?
Yeah, it's a tough question just because of how volatile the media landscape has been. We'd all be better paid if we knew what the answer was in terms of what it's going to look like in 5 years. But for the short term, for the near term, I think we're going to be sticking on MLB. We may look at other alternatives as they come up, but I don't think we had any plans of doing anything different in the near term. What we're really focused on is how do we produce a really high quality broadcast. So there's a bunch of enhancements we're working on this year that are really going to try to refresh the broadcast. New cameras, we're going to have Dirt Cam, which if you watch the playoffs, that's the cameras that are kind of like embedded in the dirt near the bases. We'll have a wire cam that kind of flies around. We may test out the ump cam. We're trying to do more, in-game interviews with players and manager. We're excited about the prospect of actually controlling more directly the broadcast to try to make it a great viewing experience. That's goal number one. Goal number two is getting that product in front of as many people as possible. So the changes that we talked about with distribution and trying to increase that, the partnership that we have with Gray Media on KMOV Channel 4, where we're going to be doing 10
Never heard of it,
games.
Tim. Never heard of it.
Martin's obligated contractually enough to say that.
Yeah, sorry, Martin. But we're going to be doing 10 games over the air, all on Channel
he mentioned Channel 4. Suddenly we were off the air. That's all it took. We apologize, Anuk. And to recap, and we appreciate you coming by, DirecTV, if you have that, the Cardinals will be on channel 672. Spectrum subscribers, Cardinals on channel 362. AT&T Uverse, that's 1746. All of the different outlets, Fubo and a lot of Illinois, specific towns, different cable outlets, all of that information is now official. But you were kind of giving the answer long term and just saying that what the hopes and dreams are before I knocked us off the air. Last year, it's better. Last year, the whole table collapsed.
Yeah, I fell through the table like it was a WWE promo.
Like the Jim Everett,
Bill's tailgate.
Jim Rome.
Well, when I came in the back entrance to the bar at 8:30 a.m., I was ready to roll with the punches. So no worries.
I saw you tried to open the door and it was locked. And I was like, oh, wow, red hot start.
They don't usually let us out of the building. It's a little early to be at a bar, but we're having a great time.
Yeah, you're off to a good start.
So there are a lot of there are free games on Channel 4.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, we were focused on a few things in making this transition. One was the entertainment value and the quality of the broadcast, and we're making some enhancements to that. The second was reach and distribution. We want to get the games in front of as many people as possible. And some of those things are being addressed in terms of distribution of MLB TV, Cardinals TV, presented by Bet365. But we also have this over-the-air deal with Channel 4 where we're getting 10 over-the-air games. So what we're trying to do is just get those games in front of as many people as possible. So that's really been what our focus is. We think that gives us flexibility as the uncertainty around what the model is in the long term continues to evolve. How much is going to be on streaming? Is MLB going to make changes to how many games are locally televised versus nationally televised? All of those are unknowns, but what we know is that if the broadcast is a good quality broadcast to watch and it's easy to access, that we're controlling the controllables. So that's what we're focused on.
That is Anuk Karunaratne with us here on TMA, giving the latest news on the Cardinal television watching experience for the start of the 2026 season, which is just 6.5 hours away. Anuk, thank you for coming by. Number one, sorry you were locked out. Number two, sorry we knocked you off the air and made you stick around even longer. And number three, best of luck this season. Our apologies.
This is what happens, Anuk, if you don't go to WashU grad school. This is what happens over here
I'm a journalism school guy.
on this side of the table.
Yeah, that's what happens.
You got to learn to roll with the punches. So it's all good.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate
it. Anuk Karunaratne with us here on TMA. Jim Edmonds is standing by to join us from his farm in Tennessee coming up. Chaim Bloom is going to be with us at 10 o'clock. David Eckstein will be with us here as well in the Stiefel studios as we broadcast live from Ballpark Village. Cardinal opening day coverage here on the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Matthew Liberatore toes the rubber today for the Cardinals on opening day. First pitch against the Rays is at 3:15. Blues also in action tonight, taking on the San Jose Sharks. Pregame starts at 6. Puck drop is at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. Jason Tatum with 19 points and a 119-109 Celtics win over the Thunder last night. And tonight, Illinois faces off against Houston in the Sweet 16. Tip-off at 9:05. Keep texting in to the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. More TMA live from Ballpark Village coming your way next. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis, and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. It's opening day in St. Louis, and 101 ESPN is broadcasting live from the Crown Hall at Budweiser Brewhouse inside Ballpark Village. Our Cardinals home opener coverage is refreshed by Budweiser. Cardinal fans, this Bud's for you, and brought to you by Rawlings. Visit the Rawlings Experience in Westport Plaza for everything baseball, softball, and to be considered one of the finest in the field.
Cardinals are coming.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN show, broadcasting live from Ballpark Village, brought to you by Rawlings and Budweiser. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. He actually is relatively close to the Hamptons.
It's finally come true.
After
all these years,
the absolute. If the Hamptons are in the Miami of the New York geography, Doug is in the Seattle.
Yeah, I think that'd be accurate.
But you can give him that helicopter, and then fly down to your
birds in the shop.
Oh no!
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Well, I mean, it's not season yet, so if we're gonna do it, now's the time. The last thing. Well, I'm telling you, the last thing you want is 4th of July weekend to have no bird. Because a lot of stuff goes down in between. You're talking about the Hamptons, might want to get up to the, certain areas. Maybe want to go to Cape Cod for a day.
Right. Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket,
Nantucket, Montauk. So it's good to be mobile.
Just kind of picturing the Brian Cox character from Succession.
Mm-hmm.
That's Jeff Burkett waving in. And are you McCalkin? Are you
I got
Roy? I'm trying to think of which.
I got
actor.
a little Kendall in me, a little Jeremy Strong in me, and probably a little bit of Roman, a little bit of Kieran Culkin.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Guys, Marsh has a hot voice. Thanks. That's from the 314.
Here.
Yeah. How about that?
That update was, that was cinema. I mean, no offense to Jackson's updates, but
that one update featured like the 4 things I would have said in the 4 updates that we do.
Yeah.
So that would have he just get them all one foul swoop.
It's exciting because he's hot and he's good. Edmonds texted me, Martin. Here you can take a look at this.
Okay.
This is. Are you ready for me, or I'm going back to bed? And then it was a picture of some kind of
like
vehicle.
ATV type.
This is my carpool ride this morning. He sent that in. Then I said, yes, how about 15 minutes? Call in, gave him the number at 8:50. Marshy Marsh and his playful posse says he's not.
Let's go.
Oh, nice. Do it. I think he said he's going back to bed, though.
And I think he was serious.
Yeah, 100% serious. So I think that'll wrap it up.
No.
Down on the farm with Jim Edmonds.
So I should say let's go?
No, feel free. What does it matter?
Yeah. He'll respond in 2 hours when he wakes up.
Yeah.
And say, you guys need me?
I would say, let's go. Your fans are waiting.
Yeah.
I just sent it.
Yeah.
See how that goes.
Yeah.
Woof.
Yeah.
Tip of the cap, Kwame Vayukas IV.
Oh, what's he got going?
Who often gets sideways with me, wanted to play basketball against Jackson, but didn't he report yesterday that Will Wade was going back to LSU? Was he the one who reported? And it's now official.
Yes, Kwame Vayukas IV, South City Dirty.
Will Wade, who left LSU in shame because they caught it. It took a couple of years, so they finally said, okay, fine, we'll fire him because they had him on tape negotiating the amount they were going to pay the players, had to leave, and guess what now? He's coming back.
Boom, just like that.
And then what was the other report that was related to that?
He had Bill Self retiring
and Dusty May going from Michigan, or was that not the play? I forget. We debated whether that would
Bill
make
Self.
sense.
I know that.
Yeah, Bill Self retiring. Jackson, anything new on Bill Self in retirement?
Not that I've seen.
There's that one false tweet guy, Reinhardt or whatever.
He's already been muted.
Oof. He put it out there, and then I saw Tim Brando, who is a basketball announcer, quote tweeting that Reinhardt guy and saying, "Sorry to hear this news about Coach Self." I'm like, no, you got.
Oh no,
you got.
According to the Kansas City Star, KU basketball coach Bill Self says imminent retirement rumor is quote bad info.
Okay.
So
I kind of think he's going to stick around.
You think 1-2 more years?
Yeah.
I mean, he's been there forever. I think 23 years.
I just think he's still young enough to walk. I mean, 62, 63. I think it's
they
just
have a health issue.
I know, but I just think it's what they do. It's what they love doing.
Yeah, I think there's something to that as well.
Now you can pay him and not get in trouble.
Will Wade, Lane Kiffin, Kim Mulkey, all working in the same building.
And they don't have. Do they have an AD? They didn't have an AD. They didn't have a president.
I thought the governor.
The governor became the
governor
athletic
of Louisiana
director.
was running the show.
Yeah, he's just taking over.
If you're in that AD office at LSU, like Wade's coming. Okay, Lane's online too. Kim Mulkey wants to talk to you. That's a lot. Ooh, that's a lot.
Here's Kwame Voyukas IV. He says, "I had Bill Self and Will Wade. The UNC situation remains fluid. We'll keep you fellas in the loop." So he is our college basketball insider, Kwame Voyukas IV.
Some people have Famel, Jeff Borzello, Jeff Goodman.
Right.
We've got Kwame
Voyukas
IV. I just checked to see because Coach Schertz was tentative to be with us tomorrow.
Yeah, how's that looking? Because there's North Carolina Kalshi buzz.
The Dish.
What do we got?
Brian Kunderman.
This just in?
Sports Information Director of the Stars. For sure, confirming a time, but it'll be over the phone. And I said, "That's all right."
Yes.
Oh, wow. Tim is down.
I like when he's in studio.
Well, we asked for studio, but Coach Josh Schertz, I guess we better see where that phone call is coming from.
Yeah, Chapel Hill.
Keep him on the line for 10 minutes so we can trace it.
Ask what. So, you pretty much covered everything, but keep him on the line. Keep him on the line.
Yeah.
Trace the call.
Talk about fries.
So what's going on this summer? Just one more open-ended. So we will have Coach Schertz on the show tomorrow. Edmonds, as of a couple minutes ago, has not responded to me saying,
let's go.
This one's not aging well.
Chaim Bloom is going to be with us here from Ballpark Village live at the dais. That's at 10 o'clock. David Eckstein at 10:30. What about the skipper? I mean, I parlayed Edmonds, LaRussa, and the Cardinal win total of 69.5 over, and I might be going bust before we even get to 11 o'clock.
Do I follow up?
Absolutely. What do we have to lose?
He already kind of hates us. Okay, let's see. I'll just say this is our location. Well, no,
yeah, right. Good. That's a good
kinda
play.
generic.
That's a good play.
I like that. That's a nice move. In the SEC, shame has a shelf life of about 6, maybe 9 months. Man, I hate the South. That's from Arbor Day making the observation that the SEC is the place that you can go to be reborn.
Yeah, Will Wade's an interesting character, man. He's so demonstrative. Like he was saying, like, this is the worst year we'll have in North Carolina State. Like, we're going to really build something here. And then he's gone 2 seconds later. He's already at LSU. It's a weird deal, man.
Bill Self just can't thrive in a system where everybody else can pay their players. The game has passed him by. That is also from Arbor Day, the 3-time TMA Texter of the Year.
Kansas won the championship, though, in 2022.
Kansas defender Jackson Burkett.
Well, I'm just like, I think that if that is correct, that
Hubert Davis had a nice lead on him.
Yeah. And then
got away, kind of a theme in the tournament for him, unfortunately.
And NIL started, in 2021? So I think that would kind of, July 1st, 2021. So that, to me, seems like an important chronology there.
I agree. The South is the caboose of the society. That's from the Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville. And now we have the Civil War playing out in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Martin, what's your least favorite region of the country?
It's a traditional opening day question.
Yeah.
Boy. I love the Southwest. I love the West.
Sure.
I'm intrigued by the Northeast. I've spent a lot of time up
I
there.
like that.
I don't know if I want to answer this.
Yeah, you're big in the North.
I would say I enjoy the South, but there's probably some parts I could live without. I can't do a blanket statement like that. I just can't. But some parts of the South, if I had to do the elimination game.
What about the Mid-Atlantic?
Where am I?
Beltway? You going Beltway?
Well, yeah, like Virginia up
through
like the DMV area.
I kind of like the DMV.
So do I. I'm in on it.
Why'd you ask it?
Well, I'm curious. Text in your least favorite part of the country.
OMG, Libby Jazz Hands. You are such a Ledoux pour. It's not a bird, it's a blade. And OMG, what about Travis Ford going to Arkansas Little Rock? That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup, covering a variety of topics with one text.
Don't tell me what my personal aviation vehicle is. I know exactly what it is, and it's a bird. I did see Travis Ford's going to Little Rock. I don't have much else on that besides that information. I don't really have a take on it.
That's another example. I said it about Bill Self. If you're a coach, you just love to coach. He's probably mid-50s,
Sure.
Made a ton of money, doesn't need to do it, but obviously probably
just wants to coach.
Wants to keep coaching.
Is he like 55, 57?
Probably
range?
right in that range.
But Self has titles, he's climbed the mountain.
But I think they just want to do
No, I
it.
get it. I like someone like Tom Izzo, he's still really trying to climb the mountain to the fullest extent, whereas someone like Bill Self, he's done it. Patino's done it.
Maybe they say to themselves, what am I going to do? Start a farm in Nashville? And they just say, might as well keep coaching.
No, I get it.
Have you gotten a response from James P. Edmonds?
No.
Yeah, I think he's in bed.
He went to bed.
I think
So
he
we
went back
missed.
to
Is
bed.
it because I knocked us off the air, then we went a little long with Anuk, and then we missed our window?
Yes. Are you ready for me, or I'm going back to bed?
What time was that?
That was like at 8:35.
Yeah, I think he was cruising for a snoozing.
We missed the window.
Yeah.
The skipper says, okay, thanks. He said he doubts he'll make it because
No!
he's doing stuff. So
Did
that
he
was
literally say doing stuff? Oh, but doubt it?
Oh,
okay, but doubt it doing stuff.
Yeah. That was my concern, is that he would have
It's the same text I get when I try to get those threesomes.
doubt it.
Yep.
Doing
stuff. Well,
what do you think we're doing? We're doing stuff.
Yeah, we're doing stuff.
Holding these Cardinals accountable.
You better believe it.
Chaim Bloom's these bright lights are on for a reason here.
Yeah, he's
Crown
gonna be
Hall.
intimidated. You can email in. We got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. That's coming up at 9:45, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You cannot be suspended today, though, because Doug is vacationing in Lake Placid. So he is not here to suspend you in the appliance discounter suspension logule. But TMA listeners, you can still work with appliances. You worked with them this week.
Got a new dryer, yeah.
Jana Denise Bradley, the best. TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal just for you. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off our already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why they're called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the largest #1 family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of the 7 area locations in Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you live from Ballpark Village for Cardinal Opening Day. We are 6 hours and 7 minutes away from the first pitch of the 2026 season, and Martin will be called the Summer of Love in St. Louis as fans fall back in love with the Cardinals, especially when they bring out the Navy caps on the road. Oh, what a moment it will be. Cardinals and Rays, 3:15. People are already starting to walk around downtown St. Louis.
Over there, that's Clark Street.
Really of note what's going on Clark Street right now if you're in the area in a major way. Jackson, especially for you. Martin and I, our time's passed, but you should go out there right now.
Just
trust me.
Unfortunately, he doesn't know where Clark Street is. If he's going to go
just walk out the door.
He's going to go the wrong way.
It's worth
So
it.
I just ask.
Pucks on net, brother. Pucks on net.
Ask some ladies, is this Clark Street?
Start with that, and then say, "Who do you think is going to lead the team in saves?"
Yeah, I'm take a
Just
little
do a little
notepad.
polling.
Yeah, man on the street.
Yeah.
By the way,
What's your move?
Doug Vaughn has chimed in to our predictionary.
Yeah, what's he got?
Because I think he cheated from me. I have to say, I think he looked at my answers because we did predictionary. Who would lead the Cardinals in home runs? I said Nolan Gorman. Tim and Jackson said Burleson. Doug said Gorman, which I was trying to be a little out there with that pick, and Doug agrees. Batting average, Tim thinks it'll be J.J. Weatherholt.
Yep.
Papers and I both said Herrera. Doug said Burleson for batting average. Who will lead the Cardinals in wins? Jackson said McGreevy because they're golfing buddies. Tim said Dustin May because they're golfing buddies. I said Matthew Libator, and Doug Vaughn agrees. He also went with Libator saves. Jackson says JoJo Romero, who I think got rid of the man bun. Tim said O'Reilly O'Brien because he's Irish. I said Matt Swanson, trying to be a little bit out there, kind of just threw it out. Doug said Swanson. What with the same thing? And he also reports he's been able to avoid ICE and any deportation in his travels.
So he is fine as he makes the trip from
Like
St. Louis
Placid.
to Chicago to Albany, and then the 2 to 3 hour drive from Albany to Lake Placid. I haven't made the drive. I did fly into Albany to go to Cooperstown, if memory serves. Did you fly into Albany to Cooperstown?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then when you leave the Monday after the Hall of Fame stuff that's just packed with people, and you look around, you say, oh my God, that's Pete Rose. Oh my, and you just, and you're like, Pete Rose, Hall of Fame. He would do card shows every year during the Hall of Fame weekend.
Yeah. What were you about to ask their papers?
To endear himself.
What was I was going to ask? Oh, wasn't Riley O'Brien on the Korean World Baseball Classic team?
Yes. He pitched, actually.
Do you have a follow-up, or was that just kind of like, I have a fun fact?
You said
and then he just let it die.
Yeah.
You brought it up.
Not classically trained.
And then J.J.
you brought
Weatherholt
up that
said
he's
he
Irish,
wasn't
right?
Korean enough to be on the team. Weatherholt actually said that this spring. Riley O'Brien, great Irish name, but he is O'Brien, Irish, but he is part Korean.
Sure. Okay.
Jackson's now got that cleared up. You're
Well,
typing notes, the show notes.
Well, it could be a nod both to Tim and Brian Henshin, friend of the
That's
show.
correct.
Yeah.
And Colts beat writer.
Yes.
What if Riley O'Brien leads them and saves, and at the end there he just says free perk?
And you know it's Henshin the whole
Full
time.
circle.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com is how you can email in for that design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Chaim Bloom's going to be at the dais at 10 o'clock. And then we'll have David Eckstein joining us as well. I'm starting to short this market. The ball game play, and Tony La Russa, it looks like he's just out because
Maybe they're in lockstep.
doing
Maybe
stuff
they
for
have
protest.
Yeah, because Doug's not here.
Doug's not here. All right, we'll take a break. It's more TMA coming up live from Ballpark Village. It's presented to you by Rawlings and Budweiser on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Brew House inside Ballpark Village for the Cardinals home opener. Our Cardinals home opener coverage is refreshed by Budweiser. Cardinal fans, this Bud's for you. And brought to you by Rawlings. Visit the Rawlings Experience in Westport Plaza for everything baseball, softball, and to be considered one of the finest in the field.
Oh, this is the jam. Did you tell Marsh to play this, Papers?
No, he just opened up.
Marsh just knows it.
He just opened up the Cardinal song folder, which is rich, and he's just playing them down the line. He's crushing it. Be great if Chaim was sitting here listening to that.
It's TMA 101 ESPN show broadcasting live from Ballpark Village for opening day. Brought to you by Rawlings and Budweiser. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Doug Vaughn vacationing in Lake Placid for a hockey tournament up there. Son's going to get to play on the ice.
How cool
the
is
U.S.
that? Lake Placid.
The Miracle on ice. Arbor Day says Doug must have popped into New York on his way to Lake Placid. I saw him hopping up and down behind Steve Ducey this morning outside the Fox and Friends set. He was holding a Rachel Maddow peas in the shower sign. So Doug actually stopped by New York City before going up to Lake Placid. I thought it was Chicago to Albany. Jackson, he rerouted?
Yeah, well, it's a natural thing to go Chicago, Albany, then drive down to Manhattan.
And then drive up to Lake Placid?
Yeah, that could take you
just to be on Fox and
34
Friends?
hours.
I got to say, it fits the brand.
Yeah.
Knowing Doug a little bit.
But Doug
can't rule it out.
Doug sitting in Manhattan rush hour traffic, I think
he would love it.
I think he would implode. I think he would turn to dust.
Guys, Navy Caps on the Road is my new favorite song. That's Joe and STL. It's a catchy beat, Jackson.
I have noticed myself like walking around, just like around my house doing laundry or something, like whispering, like, Navy Caps on the road.
Clip that off, Marsh, if you could. I know this is kind of a
I'll
favor you're doing for us
I'll
today,
write
but if
it
you
down.
could clip that
I'll
off.
clip myself.
Yeah, you ought to go out there on the street when those ladies walk by on Clark and sing it to them and see if anything happens.
What, just like my hands on my hips, like, hello, ladies. We're doing some broadcasting inside.
What is your
go-to
line when you meet a young lady that you would like to?
Yeah, what's the move? Martin and I, our time has passed.
We both had arranged marriages. Now you
Yes,
have a chance
that's
to go
correct.
out there.
My dad got me married also. He got me a job and he got me married.
Yeah, you know,
just remember Timmy likes peach on Friday, so that's part of the deal.
You kind of just feel it out situation by situation. Like if you're in line at the bar to get a drink, say, hey, what are you going to be drinking? You know?
Look at that, Martin.
Okay.
What are you going to be drinking? And then you talk a little bit about the beverage. And then all of a sudden you get to the front
of the beverage.
You get to, there's
so,
nothing.
You like carbonation? Like what's the follow-up?
So
there he gets back-to-back days you've snorted.
That's so funny.
There's
nothing.
Where are you going to go with that? So what are you drinking?
Too funny.
Oh, I'm getting a rosé. Oh, yeah, I love that region. What do you?
There's nothing I could have said in there that you guys wouldn't have just skewered me on. So I understand.
I don't envy your position. You get ragged out.
It's all in the dating apps now, though.
That's the move. You guys don't have to fire your shots in person.
So
you
like
just swipe.
So
right.
you meet online and then you say, oh, let's go play putt-putt.
Yeah, or let's go grab a drink, and then you got your foot in the door.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So it makes it a little easier for some of us who maybe don't have the best,
game.
Well, yeah, but not that the game is bad. It's just
it sounded pretty strong.
Getting it
once you ask the carbonation question,
getting it started.
It's just a matter of how many.
Sometimes it's getting it off the ground.
Does your resume list or your profile? Does it list your role in your broadcast?
Do you let them know media star?
Yeah. It says big wig.
Friends call me Papers.
ESPN.
Friends call me Papers.
Yeah.
Jackson's really peacocking around today while he has Marsh as a hostage listener. That's from caller Buzz.
Yeah, really showing myself.
Are you showing yourself off so Marsh notices you?
Yeah. I'm just flashing my feathers.
What do you think? Wow, how about that? I couldn't tell if that was a drop or a real reaction.
No, that sounded like it was live from his mouth.
Clip that off. Send your emails in 24 minutes. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Martin, you know anything about Design Design Air, and that's Seth Goldcamp.
I do. Boy, I woke up this morning. The house was nice and cool. I've had to kind of flip that thermostat this week. It's been crazy, but everything working just fine. That's because we had the folks come out in November to install a new HVAC unit, work with Design Air, and I love the whole process from the beginning when they said, here are some different options, and then they explained the technology, which includes air quality, things you don't really think about until you meet with the pros from Design Air. Seth Goldcamp is a fourth-generation family-owned and operated business. We love STL businesses, and sometimes if they're real successful, then somebody comes in, swoops in, buys them from out of town. That's not the case. It's still family-owned and operated. That's a big deal to all of us. They're also the longest-running sponsor on this show. We appreciate Seth and his support, and we ask that you, when you're looking for a repair or a replacement, you go to designairservice.com. That's the website for all your heating and cooling needs year-round.
There it is. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Only 4 emails of the day remaining in the month of March for the Schaefer Door Company prize of a brand new garage door or doors from Jason Gosrow and his team at Schaefer Door Company. The winner of the emailer of the month gets a $5,000 garage door. Nobody has more than 3 wins yet, so you can still catch up and win the whole thing. Send your emails in. We'll be reading them here in about 25 minutes. That's Schaefer Door Company, SCHAEFER door.com. Jason Gosrow is a longtime TMA listener and now a longtime TMA sponsor. Schaefer Door handles both residential and commercial doors, and they are a LiftMaster client. It's Schaefer Door Company. 1F. Go to SchaeferDoor.com. And if any issues come up with your garage door for your business or your home, just simply go to Schaefer Door. They set aside time on Monday mornings for the garage doors that break over the weekend. And that way they can come out and fix it quick, fast, in a hurry on Monday morning for you. SchaeferDoor.com, LiftMaster partner. Schaefer Door giving away that huge prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What a day in sports here in St. Louis. Opening day. Beautiful weather. It's going to be warm. Downtown St. Louis already is buzzing. Then you've got the Sweet 16 games that include ILL taking on Houston tonight. And I got to tell you something here, Papers. I know you're a college basketball insider along with Kwame Nvoyukas IV, but whoever wins Illinois-Houston is, we got to be honest about
in a pretty good spot.
Pretty good spot. Now, it's not to say Nebraska or Iowa can't do it. Iowa just beat Florida, but I think
if you're an IL fan, you can't help but peeking at that bracket.
No, I think so. I think, obviously such a test in front of them with Houston. But if you already get past that, you like your chances against Nebraska, Iowa. Nebraska feeling like a little bit of a team of destiny right now. I don't know why. I just get that. The way they play, man, the way how connected they are. They're really well coached. Fred Hoiberg's a really good coach. They do kind of live and die by the 3, but I think either Illinois and Houston could get past the combination of Iowa or Nebraska.
Was Nebraska in the opening round game last week, Papers, where you issued you didn't make a bold prediction, Tim. We were going through the games. He said, I'm just going to label it. Be careful.
Yeah.
Be careful.
It's against Troy.
Circled Troy.
And Troy played terribly, by the way. I think that I like my logic behind that. Troy
wasn't my pick. It was them.
Troy it wasn't anything I did wrong. They didn't do the job. I did wrong. They didn't do the job.
Own it.
Yeah.
And they'll take on Iowa this evening. And then, of course, ILL late start taking on Houston. That's what we have today. Tomorrow, also some great games. I guess the big game tomorrow would have to be.
You got to go Duke, Michigan, or
Duke St. John's.
Sorry.
Duke St. John's.
Michigan, Alabama's pretty huge, too.
But then you're sitting there and you're ignoring the Hurley Izzo showdown.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow, I think, is the premier day.
But you can't argue with today.
Yeah,
it's really outstanding. You can settle in.
Right. That's what I was saying.
Settle in.
People are like, oh, there's not enough Cinderellas. This isn't a good tournament. Watch the games and watch the ball and tell me this isn't a good tournament.
I think it's watch the games and watch the ball. That's right.
Like, tell me it's not a great tournament. I think you'd be hard pressed to be like, no, this tournament sucks. It's been just highest of high level basketball.
So all of that today here. If you are a St. Louis area sports fan, what else could you ask for? With opening day, Illinois playing this evening with what would be whoever wins that game, the most likely team to get to the Final Four. Of course, that doesn't mean that Nebraska, Iowa can't win, but I'm very confident in saying this. Whoever wins Houston, Illinois is going to be the favorite over whoever wins Iowa, Nebraska. in the Elite Eight. Tickets are available. You can just go to the Cardinal website and get tickets. What do you think about that, Matt?
I'm a little surprised. I was told the other day that they expect the building to be full, that they were actually selling some standing room. So these are
$49.
So these are not secondary market tickets. They're saying on the actual Cards website.
That's right.
So if you want to go, gates open at noon. Pre-game ceremonies at 2:30. Ballpark Village, we keep telling you where we are. The gates, the doors here open at 10, and we're at Crown Hall, which is on the first floor. And Jackson, we're on the south side of Ballpark Village, facing Busch Stadium. We can see in to the stadium from where we're seated here. High on the big stage here, where I guess bands perform.
That's right.
During the year.
Jackson, if you ever have issues with directions, which I know caused problems for you this morning in your communication with Martin, where is the Mississippi River?
East.
Right. So face it. You always know where that is when you're in St. Louis, right? Don't you?
Right.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
then
all putts break to the Mississippi.
I thought you said it always breaks toward Warson Road since you now joined.
Right. Old Warson Road. I do know. I was a little flustered when me and Martin were talking because I was nervous I wasn't going to be able to get in the building. I know if you put me, especially with view of the arch, where I am directionally. I always know that because that's the North Star, the East Star.
That's your compass.
Right. That I know. I was mostly flustered.
Don't forget about the Blues tonight as well. That's the 314. Did you just say cry?
That's what that guy sounds like. He's like typing out with tears in his eyes.
Oh, papers.
Well, pregame coverage.
Yeah,
starts at 6.
Sharks, Jackson.
Macklin Celebrini in town. How about that?
I can feel this table, and it's just destined to break on me here. I'm not gonna mess with it, Jody.
If you go through it, then you could roll off the front of it. It would just be the most wonderful gift.
I rolled it.
No. It has braces underneath it. It's not going to fall apart this year.
I believe you.
For the record, the Blues playoff chances now 4.3, Martin, per money puck.
Okay, we're trending up.
Yep.
And then Chief Craig Berube makes his return on Saturday. Battlehawks at 11.
Yep.
Cardinals 1:15. McGreevy on the mound. He should call in
Friend
tomorrow.
of the
He
program.
needs to call in tomorrow.
He does.
Mike McGreevy?
Yeah.
I think so.
We've had so much success with players and managers.
Dude, is the consensus around Toronto that this will likely be Berube's final season? Okay.
Yeah, they are not happy.
Yeah.
They're not, but they're rarely happy.
Right, that's the thing.
When it involves the Leafs. It's been a dry spell. We're going to have Chaim Bloom joining us coming up here at 10 o'clock on your Polos Plus dossier. And David Eckstein's dropping by as well. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 9:45. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. And on the TMA STL YouTube channel, and our coverage live from Ballpark Village today, presented to you by Budweiser and Rawlings. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you live from downtown St. Louis on a beautiful opening day. This is 101 ESPN.
In the field.
Welcome back. It is the morning after on 101 ESPN, live from Ballpark Village for the Cardinal home opener. It's all presented to you today by Rawlings and by Budweiser. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you, Doug Vaughn vacationing. And what a treat we have here, Martin. And I mean, monster situation going on here.
And you've caved.
At the days. And I caved. Even with the protein shake and the banana, my traditional dining experience, I've caved because treats have been presented. And if you're watching on YouTube, you got to take a look at what we've got going on. And if you're not watching on YouTube, go to YouTube to see what's going on. Joining us right now, Nate Green, the Vice President and Senior Director of Hospitality for the Cardinals. And thank you, Nate, number one, for joining us, and number two, for all the treats you have provided.
100%. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
What do we have in front of us? Because we've already started eating it.
That's right. I've caved.
That's always good to identify it after the fact.
We've got a few of the new items this year. And if I remember correctly, last year there are items that you wouldn't try as well. So I'm glad you're trying everything.
I'm doing it. I gave in.
Yeah,
They're so
good
good, by
see.
the way.
And who takes vacation on opening day?
Yeah.
Doug.
Seriously.
Doug Vaughn.
Why?
How about that, Nate?
Why?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well,
I agree.
we have a few of our new items here. I think everybody dug into the dessert first, so we'll hit that first. And that's fried gooey butter cake on a stick. And it is
Papers is holding it up.
What it sounds
This
like.
is the slice
That's
version.
the slice version. Here's the
Wow.
And he put
Here's the
whipped
legit
cream
version.
on it for
Yeah.
Jackson.
So it is
I
gooey
wish we
butter
had a
cake.
picture of this.
Little Vanna White.
Little Vanna White.
You did do the hand gesture like you were a Price is Right model.
Yeah.
St. Louis staple there, the gooey butter cake.
It's kind of got this like a state fair vibe to it, right? A little deep fried.
Yeah, it's got funnel cake batter on it, and it's fried. I mean, it is exactly that. Great dessert item, and it's at stand 150.
Right behind home plate.
Yeah.
Right?
That's prime real
Gooey,
estate right
gooey
there.
butter fried
spot.
on a stick, and this portion is sliced. It looks like you could share it with your friends. Maybe you should.
I think
I
it's
would
just
say-
for one.
Yeah, I think it's
Well,
a solo.
If you have friends, you buy more than one.
There you go.
And then we have Big Chicken. We've had Big Chicken in the stadium for a few years now. This is a new item we have with them, and this is Shaq's Big Chicken, as you mentioned earlier. This is the new chicken and waffles. It's, Nashville hot chicken.
Oh,
It's really good.
Look
Waffles
at Papers
at the
holding
bun.
it up on YouTube. What a treat.
I've tried it. It was the chicken was fantastic.
Spicy.
because it's spicy, but not over the
No,
top.
it's flavorful.
Good.
I would say more than spicy.
Good. And then the last item here.
This is the
for
one
visual
I've been really enjoying.
Yes.
Is the hot dog burnt ends with apparently some very good potato salad.
We love the potato
Yeah.
salad.
It's
Nate.
outstanding
And I love the
potato.
burnt ends as well.
I'm a potato salad purist. I get real into the weeds with it, and this is top quality.
I like the burnt ends.
He's got a blog.
Yeah, you ought to let the ladies know when you're walking up to them about that also.
I think you ladies like potato salad, mustard based.
I'm kind of a potato salad insider. But it's when I tasted it, I thought it was a Polish sausage,
Yeah.
but it's a hot dog, but they roll it in the burnt ends.
It's a stadium dog, and then it is cooked like you would like a brisket burnt
Okay.
end.
Yes.
So it's
Really
a cooked hot dog
tasty.
and then recooked while it's soaking in that barbecue sauce and burnt on it like you would a burnt end. Yeah.
It's something got a lot of play recently. Was what the unlimited food up in the is it in the 703?
Coca-Cola Unlimited is above 703.
National news, man.
It's gotten a
Huge.
lot of attention. Yeah, it's going to be a hit all year. Coca-Cola Unlimited. The seats, what it is, it's a concession inclusive ticket, and the seats for it are in Big Mac land, so iconic seats in the stadium. Sections 271, 272, a little over 500 seats. Everybody in those sections has exclusive access to the concession stand right down the way at section 264, and there's 10 items on that menu. Everything in that stand is just for them. So you get a wristband when you walk up to your section, and then you go to the stand. Any of the 10 items, that's hot dogs, bratwurst, popcorn, chicken fingers, nachos, unlimited Coca-Cola products, an ice cream product. You walk up, you grab anything you want, 3 at a time, come back as often as you want. There will be no line. There's no transaction. So it's in and out real quick. And like I said, come back as much as you want.
That's outstanding. It was. I saw the Carton was talking about it on WFAN. It made its way. They're like, this is the most brilliant move by a baseball team. It's gotten national attention. I would imagine it has been a hit with fans, especially families. I mean, what a perfect way to go.
Yeah, tickets starting at $29. And that's really where the idea came from. We were thinking of ways to make it more affordable within the stadium. This is one of the ideas that we came up with. Yeah, I mean, I know I have a 14-year-old son, and he could devour way more than $29 worth of hot dogs and bratwurst.
How do you workshop that in the office? How does it come about, the idea to do this?
We tasked our concession partner, Delaware North, to come up with some ways, some ideas to present to us to be able to offer something to the fans at a more affordable price. They came up with a lot of great ideas, and through further meetings and brainstormings and conversations, this is what came. One of the items that came of it. So the conversations for this really started towards the middle end of last season, and this is what we came up with. We're super excited. We think the fans are going to love it, and it gives a really affordable option for the fans in the stadium.
I saw the video the other day. There's an area too where it's $5 for everything.
Yeah,
because I know a lot of people complain, hey, and a lot of things do get expensive, but there is a specific area where it's all $5.
We have the other thing that came from the conversations of more affordable food and beverage options for the experience in the stadium is the Cardinals value menu. And it is 5 items, $5 each, and it's actually available in 4 locations in the stadium. So it has 16-ounce fountain soda, Coca-Cola products, 16-ounce Dasani, hot dog, popcorn, nacho. I believe that's it. I believe that equals 5 if I do my math
yeah,
right.
that's correct.
Yeah. Good. Still on it. And like I said, 4 locations, 2 of them on the first level, 1 on the 200 level at $233, 1 on the terrace level at $446. You don't have to remember those numbers I'm saying right now. Everybody has the Ballpark app. Your tickets are all electronic now. Within the Ballpark app, we have a fan food guide. Look in there, look up whatever you want, whether it's the value menu, whether it's your favorite beer, and you'll be able to see what section to go to the right stand to get what you're looking for.
Can't argue with that. Delicious treats. I mean, this stuff is really, really good. It is something to look forward to for those of you coming to the game today or planning to come down to Busch Stadium this season, and wonderful opportunities for an affordable way to go to the game with the family with the new package with Coca-Cola and the unlimited package for families. Check it out. It is all coming your way in the 2026 campaign, which is now less than 6 hours away. Nate, we appreciate the time. Thanks for coming by, and thank you for the treats. My goodness, what a wonderful feast.
Nate, have you ever met a potato salad insider before?
Yeah, what is that?
It's the first. Okay. Nate also helps run the Hall of Fame, and I mentioned it. It's really a cool spot if you're a Cardinal fan, if you haven't checked it out.
New exhibit that we just opened last week, celebrating the 1926 100-year anniversary World Series.
Doug covered that team. I remember that.
We need to, yeah, you remember that well. And then we're also celebrating the 2006 World Series.
Nice.
So 20-year anniversary has a special exhibit in the museum as well. So a lot of change in the museum this past year as far as artifacts go. So everybody should come down and visit, become a member, visit as much as you want.
Thank you very much, Nate. We appreciate it. 2006 World Series MVP David Eckstein is on the polosplus.com dossier. He was going to join us right here on our set at Ballpark Village at 10:30. Chaim Bloom will be here coming up at 10 o'clock. Coming up next, we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The program's called TMA. Airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. It's a great day for baseball as the Cardinals open the 2026 campaign against the Tampa Bay Rays. Matthew Liberatore on the mound. First pitch is at 3:15. The Blues and Illini are also in action tonight. Blues take on the Sharks. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. Tip-off for Illinois in Houston at 9:05. Chaim Bloom will join the program at 10 o'clock. Email of the day coming up next. More from Tim, Martin, and Jackson coming up next as the morning after is live from Ballpark Village. I'm Andrew Marsh, and this Sports Center update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
101 ESPN is broadcasting live from the Crown Hall at Budweiser Brewhouse inside Ballpark Village for the Cardinals home opener. Our Cardinals home opener coverage is refreshed by Budweiser. Cardinal fans, this Bud's for you. And brought to you by Rawlings. Visit the Rawlings Experience at Westport Plaza for everything baseball, softball, and to be considered one of the finest in the field.
Welcome back to TMA Live from Ballpark Village, opening day, 101 ESPN, in the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program, and we will be joined by Chaim Bloom here right on the stage at Ballpark Village in a matter of 10 minutes. But right now, it's time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Here we go. It's opening day in St. Louis. Everyone, lower your expectations of a winning team or even being able to watch the team. I'm 2 hitters in already, and my IPA beers are calling my name. Got a tea time for 11:30, and it's looking like a vibes day, not a scoring day. Pretty much just like the Cardinals' whole upcoming season, where our owner pretends he isn't a billionaire capable of spending like the big dogs. I'll end this with my answer to what went wrong for the Cardinals and started the collapse of Rome. Yadier Molina. It's no coincidence the greatest catcher in MLB history leaves and our team sinks to the bottom of the NL Central. Let's go Cardinals. Let's go Illini. F Mizzou. That's from Illini Lance. Okay. And Jackson filtered these.
I did. Illini Lance.
Morning. After 6 long months, it's finally here. The crack of the bat, the pop of the catcher's mitt, the crunch of Sammy's helmet nacho. While it has been a long and lonely winter, with spring comes the optimism of a new season, the fresh crop of young, homegrown talent to watch develop, and my father calling me nightly, asking where and how he can watch the game on television. Yes, baseball is back and not a moment too soon. So if I may quote the late, great Rogers Hornsby, people ask me what I do in the winter when there is no baseball, and I'll tell you what I do. I stare out the window and touch myself. He said that?
Rogers. No, he didn't say that.
That's from Sammy's Little Egg Roll.
Sammy's Little Egg Roll.
On opening day, Jackson's seat is feeling hot because, like Clooney and Oh Brother, damn, he's in a tight spot. On opening day, Jackson's feeling a little sick because the show's on the road and he's tight like Cheap Trick. On opening day, Jackson needs his Addies to be cooler because Martin kicked the show off the air and he's tight like Cameron and Ferris Bueller air. Sexual chocolate. That's from We Too Low.
Sexual chocolate.
Mr. Randy Watson.
That's right.
Although it may seem like a repeat email from last week, it is not. It's just a coincidence. And Jackie got a little shy with the FCC rules last week. So let it rip, Timmy. It was a late night last night. Chet and I were out in the cul-de-sac playing one-on-one Indian ball. We actually got so lost in the competition that Chet forgot he had scrambled eggs on the stove and burnt them to a crisp. Can you blame us, though? We were so excited. It's opening day. We split the series, each of us with 4 wins apiece. After the games, we went straight into training drills. With the warm weather, we were both soaked in sweat. I guess my white nylon gym shorts were a bad idea. Once they got soaked from sweat, you could see right through them. Didn't help that Chet also kept splashing water on them to increase the transparency. So this is all going out in a cul-de-sac?
Yeah, it's tough.
I had a jock strap on, but you could see more than you bargained for if you were to take a gander. It was neatly packed away in the front pouch of the jock, but my ham flour was completely visible when I got into defensive position. After a while, I realized Chet wasn't training me. He was just splashing me so that he could continue to see my star from afar. He's supposed to come over tonight for Smoke Park Steaks. We'll see. I'm not happy with him. That's from Chet's neighbor. Chet's neighbor, who I believe is one of our leaders, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
New beginnings. A whole new season filled with hope and intrigue, at least until none of your guests show up and Martin knocks you guys completely off the air, which turns out to be critical for broadcast radio, even on FM. The 2026 Cardinals soaring back to the bare minimum, and you can feel that momentum. You know, maybe they are going to surprise us, and Jackson is fine with surprises. He just wants them planned out in advance and reserves the right to approve all specific details. Just think of all the money that the Cardinals are saving by not having to pay for those home run and end-of-game fireworks. I guess my point is that I just want someone who looks at me the way Jackson looks at Marshy, like a snack when arriving at cruising altitude. Yum. Ha. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of family-friendly asshats.
There you go. I like that one.
Guys, I did research on the history of gerbils. There is a long, rich history going all the way back to the early 1700s of gerbils burrowing for warmth, safety, security, and prostate stimulation. The reason a group of gerbils is called a horde is because many a man has hoarded gerbils in their interior man canyon, and just like pockets, the name just stuck.
These are filtered by Jackson Burkett.
And now you know the rest of the story. 2 garage doors, 1 double, 1 single because I'm blessed, both in white because I'm hashtag from Jeffco. Please, Toby. And finally, greetings. I'm looking for someone to come to my apartment to be my train. You have to be between 38 and 64, but not 53. If you're 53, that will not do. You have to come to my apartment in Bayless.
Is there an area called Bayless?
There's a school,
Oh, yeah.
but Martin, I don't believe there's a municipality.
And do they have apartments in there?
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well,
But that is, yeah, there's a school district.
Bayless.
But he's in an apartment in Bayless.
But there's Afton, there's South City. I think there's a town. How do we not know this? How did you not know where Clarksville was?
Yeah,
Shifting
Jen.
it away from me and back to you.
When you get here, you need to be like, wow, them some good tracks you got there. Then get on all fours and make a woo-woo sound like a train. You need to follow my shoebox track saying chugga-chugga all the way. I'll stand aside waiting for you to pick me up. But you have to slowly move out and let me chase you like I'm about to miss the train. But you have to let me catch you. After I climb on your back, you have to say, wow, that sure was close. You're pretty fast. And after a few minutes of riding your back, you have to say, next stop, Bayless Station, and you have to let me off. Then you have to leave me, but you can't be willing to leave. You have to act sad and be upset. You can't be my train anymore. You can't also tell anyone you're my train or else. That's serious inquiries only. That's from John.
John
emails in like once every year and a half, and they're always bangers.
Congratulations, John. You made your once every 18 months appearance on the program. We will vote, and then we will announce the winner coming up at 10:55. Chaim Bloom joining us next here on the program as we broadcast live from Ballpark Village for Cardinal Opening Day. Presented to you by Rawlings and Budweiser. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on the road here at Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
baseball, softball, and to be considered one of the finest in the field.
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel, live from Ballpark Village, presented to you by Budweiser and Rawlings. Cardinal opening day coverage here on the morning after. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation. Jackson Burkett on the end of the dais. For those of you watching on YouTube, you might have noticed also that the president of baseball operations has just joined us here at Ballpark Village. Chaim Bloom.
Listen to this crowd.
Have you ever
Listen to
heard
this
a
crowd.
gallery
Rousing
like this,
round of
Chaim?
applause.
Yeah, thank
How
you
about
very
that?
much. How you feeling? This is it. This is
I
it,
feel
finally.
great. I'm very excited. This is, I gotten to see this now a couple times, and I know why they call it the best opening day in sports.
Yeah, it's going to be something else. Got some good weather to accompany it as well.
Yeah, which is great. It's almost going to feel like summer.
Yeah, it's going to be 89 degrees in downtown St. Louis, and people are already outside the ballpark getting ready for it. How do you sleep on a night before opening day?
I could not sleep in. I tried, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
It's exciting. I mean, you wait all winter for this, and not even just for me, but knowing what it means for the organization, for the city, and for this group of players that have been gearing up for this for a while. Some of them it'll be their first one, and it's just exciting.
You probably listen to the show daily, but in case you missed it,
now hold on a second. He's laughing right there, Martin.
We'll just leave that.
Okay, in case you missed it yesterday, a woman called to the show, I believe for the first time. Her name was Virginia, and she was extremely upbeat. And she said she's buying in, and she said we could maybe even sneak into the playoffs. And I sense there's some folks out there, and I'm not asking you to predict a playoff push here, but that maybe are saying, all right, we get it. We're kind of hitting reset, starting, but maybe some of the negativity that's been around the organization for a couple of years, maybe, I guess that's the hope, right? That people will buy in and say, hey, I've always loved the Cardinals. I'm kind of bummed they've had to trade away some big name players and the position they're in. But I guess it's the hope that people that have always loved this franchise will get re-engaged at some level.
That's exactly what we're trying to do. I mean, we got to earn that, right? I mean, Cardinals fans don't stop loving the Cardinals, but obviously, we have not earned them showing up in the numbers that we know they do when we earn it. And so that's on us. We got to win them back.
One of the illustrations of how baseball-centric this market can be is how much attention the move of Nelson Velasquez not making the opening day roster has gotten over the last few days. I have to get into the weeds on the logic of him not being part of the opening day roster and hear directly from you as to what your thought process was.
I figured that might come up at some point, and you're right. It actually is a testament to what a baseball town this is that, there's this is in the air. There's some controversy around this. Look, it was a really tough call for us. At the end of the day, he's still with us. He's still in the organization. He's just going to start out in Memphis. And, spring training, you couldn't ask anything more from this guy than what he did in spring training. And there were obviously some things to like going in. Otherwise, we wouldn't have signed him. We did sign him with a purpose, and he showed us some really good things in spring training. At the end of the day, that is a part of the decision. And he opened up a lot of eyes. Anybody who hadn't heard of him, well, you've heard of him now. So if he continues to do that in Memphis, he's certainly going to force our hand. But this is a marathon, and we wanted to put the roster together the way that we did just to be able to keep all of our players and just to be able to maintain some of the versatility that we've created during spring training. And so we'll see how it plays out. But there's no question he was impressive. And if he continues to do this, he'll be a part of this sooner or later.
Is it fair to say that if there was a spot on the 40-man roster, he would be here?
That's a factor. I don't think it's the only factor.
Okay.
Because you still only get 26 up here.
Yeah.
But, that obviously is a factor.
Would it have been the issue of putting a guy on waivers that maybe you didn't want to risk losing? You may not want to say names, whether it's for me or whoever. Was that the concern, that you might lose somebody if he comes on board?
Again, it's a part of it. It's not the only thing. I mean, one of the things we always do try to keep tabs through conversation in the industry of just, if you think you actually have a chance to get a player through, that's one thing. Happy to say, I think where we are now with our 40-man, that's not the case with anybody on it, which is a good place to be in. That's the place you want to be in. Again, it's one factor. It's not the only thing. There's so many different things you look at. You look at ways you want to use other players on the team. You look at positional versatility. You look at defense. You even look at some of the matchups out of the gate. All that factored into this.
But you can understand fans looking at numbers and saying, hey, this team might struggle to hit. There's a guy who's done nothing but hit. So to them, it kind of defies logic.
Yeah, totally. Completely understand it. Again, it's not like We didn't see it. We were there every day. We watched it. It is a part of the resume. It's not the whole resume. Definitely have some confidence that he'll be able to continue this. And if he does, that's sooner or later, you're not going to be able to look past that.
How about the Weatherholt decision? When did it become obvious to you, all right, this guy's going to break camp with us?
He never gave us any reason not to think that he should, is the bottom line. I mean, I talked about it going into camp. Okay, what do you want to see? Well, it's not just about numbers in spring training, right? We obviously look at those, but they only mean so much, as we just talked about with Nelson. And it's not like if the guy hits 400 or 200 in spring training, that's really going to impact your decision. It's how he goes about it. Not just the quality of bats, which was high, but how he handles himself. Last year was sort of a just happy to be here. I'm here to kind of be shown off a little bit in spring training. Now he's here to make a club and here to be a big part of this. He's got a spotlight on him, and he handled himself great. Like, he's just a pro, and he never gave us any reason to doubt that this is where he belongs.
Chaim Bloom sitting down with us here live on the Morning After 101 ESPN. We are live at Cardinal Opening Day, Ballpark Village. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, talking it over with the Cardinal president of baseball operations. With regard to the makeup of the clubhouse for this season, it's going to be different, in part because of the youth, but also in part because a number of the veterans, are not a part of this club. Have you seen anything over your time in Jupiter that indicated what kind of makeup you're going to have as far as the clubhouse?
I actually loved what we saw. I might not have been able to tell you at the beginning of the offseason that we would have such a young group, right? There's different ways the offseason can play out. Veterans might still be here. There might be other veterans you go get. What we saw because of that is guys actually looking around and saying, I can step up here. And I'm not even just talking about on the field. Obviously, that's yet to be determined. But step up as a part of this, as a leader in the room. And I think you saw some guys tapping into something in themselves that they might not have been able to when there were some more tenured people in the room. And that was really cool.
What was the biggest? Do you have a surprise out of spring? Somebody that maybe wasn't even on your radar, and that by the end of the spring, like, wow, they've got to make the team, or somebody who took a leap, maybe even beyond the stats that we see?
Well, we talked about Nelson, obviously, that we did bring in here for a reason, but gave us a lot to think about during spring training. A few things that we didn't necessarily expect going in. The way both Fermin and Sajasi took to the outfield gave us confidence that they can play out there. It's going to be different in front of 40, 50,000, but they gave us a lot of confidence in that. And really, the highlight of camp for me was the pitching. Just up and down the roster, the guys that are on this club, the guys that are coming. You'd be hard pressed to look at an arm that didn't look good in spring training. That's pretty encouraging.
And specific to that, I think another move that caught attention, not to the level of the Velasquez move, was Fitz not making the club. And when we got a chance to talk last week in Jupiter, you said it wasn't a case of anything that he didn't do so much as the other five guys won it. Yeah. In particular, Palante really had some stuff that impressed you.
Yeah, they all pitched their tails off. I mean, you hope this continues. And Fitzy might have better stuff than any of them. I mean, that's not a slight to the other five. They all threw well, and it left us with a really tough decision, and he was the odd man out. And he won't just be biding his time down there. We're going to work with him to sharpen the saw on some things that he can improve on. But, man, you look at where he finished the season in terms of both finishing hurt and even prior to that where the stuff was, and then how he came in and held that stuff throughout camp. Very, very exciting. Just made us really glad that we have him. We're in a position where, knock on wood, you go into the season feeling like you got more good options and spots for that rotation, and that most of them are guys who are really early in their careers, have a chance to be here for a long time. We're not even talking about Hunter Dobbins, who we didn't get to see in a game because of his knee rehab, but he was throwing simulated games out back, and he looked great. So hopefully everybody continues to pitch well, and we have some really, really difficult decisions as we get into the season.
How did Herrera do behind the plate? He's made it very clear he wants to do that. And then how do you think that plays out? Because I know historically they've liked Pages, the way he calls the game, et cetera. How do you think that playing time at catcher plays out?
Yeah, we ran into a little bit of a hiccup, mid-March with him having that knee soreness that sidelined him for a little bit. So his last test, so to speak, was catching 6 innings on Tuesday and coming up here after that. So he got to miss the long journey back from Springfield. Lucky for him.
I want to ask you about that. Yes, I like logistics.
The plan is for him to be a part of this behind the plate, but an everyday piece of this at the plate. Right. And so you'll still see him DH a lot because of that. But we want to be able to, work him into that position, both because it's something he really wants to do and because it just opens up a lot for our roster if he can do that.
So you referenced it, Springfield, Monday night, great opportunity. Go down there. The fans love the Cardinals in Springfield. You play the game. You're going to get on the plane. You'll be home. And that's probably about a 40, 50-minute flight. And yet you ended up on a bus.
Yes. Yeah, I was saying to people, man, we had told JJ that morning. And
no
poor
more
kid
bus
thought
rides.
he had his last bus ride. Not so fast, buddy. Not so fast. Yeah, it's funny. We were sitting there. I mean, these things happen. Obviously, I don't have too much patience for anybody who complains about big league travel. You just got to roll with it. There was some sort of issue with the third party screeners, and I think it was something we weren't going to be able to recover from quickly. And we were just sitting there. I was sitting on the staff bus, and we were just sort of musing. We should just start driving. We assume we'd probably get on the plane eventually, but it's a little bit over 3 hours to get back. We should just start driving now. We'll probably get back faster than if we waited this out. And lo and behold, 15, 20 more minutes. Ernie threw in the towel and said, let's just go back to St. Louis.
Because you guys are all on the buses anyway.
Yes.
So
we were going to go to Springfield Branson Airport. Now, I don't know how the bus drivers felt about that change of plans. Their night ended up a little different from what it was supposed to be. But we got there. I took like 2 naps on the way back. I caught up on some reading. It's a good thing we had 2 days before opening day because I can't imagine how the players felt. I didn't even play that day, and I was beat all day Tuesday.
That's the moment you go, thank God we don't have a really veteran team because Edmonds, I'm getting my own plane. It would have been.
Yeah, it's funny. Those guys that stayed back in Jupiter, to like Leahy, Palante, Herrera, those Urias, those guys stayed back to get some work in. And they lucked out.
Yeah, they didn't have the bus ride.
Yeah.
It all gets underway here in a little less than 6 hours and 15 minutes. Opening day in downtown St. Louis, Cardinals 2026. And there's no way to say anything other than that it is the beginning of a new era, and Chaim Bloom is certainly one of the faces of the new era. Looking forward to what we get a chance to see. I'm fired up to see what this new group brings to the table, and we appreciate you dropping by on what I know is an incredibly busy day for you. Thank you so much, Chaim. We appreciate it, man.
Great to be here, and I agree. It's going to be fun. I know, getting to know this fan base, I know they're going to be in it for all the ups and downs, and we are a young group, and we should expect that there will be some, but we know this is a fan base that is not afraid to ride that wave, and looking forward to everything that it will bring.
I want to find the fan today when Chaim's walking in, all upbeat to it. All right, Bloom, honeymoon's over. There's always one
you
guy
just
out
have
there.
to assume that's how it is.
He grew up in Philly. I think he's ready for it. Okay.
That's Chaim Bloom with us here on TMA. We are broadcasting live from Ballpark Village. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. We'll take a break and come back with more on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
house inside Ballpark Village for the Cardinals home opener. Our Cardinals home opener coverage is refreshed by Budweiser. Cardinal fans, this Bud's for you. And brought to you by Rawlings. Visit the Rawlings experience at Westport Plaza for everything baseball, softball, and to be considered one of the finest in the beat.
He's going to hop on with us.
Welcome back. It is the morning after on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you live from Ballpark Village. Opening day coverage here on 101 ESPN from Ballpark Village, brought to you by Budweiser and Rawlings. And Martin, we were just joined by Chaim Bloom. And look who's over on your left. It's the 2006 World Series MVP, David Eckstein. Unbelievable. David Eckstein's here. He won a World Series.
I don't want to say he's showing up. He just parked his red Corvette right in front of Ballpark Village now, and he struts in wearing his ring. And two
Very
rings.
flashy.
Wow, this is good to have you back. You went through 3 of these. Your first would have been at the Old Busch in the last year, and then 2 at that's kind of a unique experience. The finale at 1, and then the opener when they debuted the stadium right over there.
Right. No, it's something very special. First and foremost, being part of Cardinal Nation on an opening day is like no other organization. Just seeing the cars roll around with all the back then it was Lou, Bob, and
Stan
the man,
Musial,
Stan
Bruce
and stuff like that,
Sutter,
and Bruce. It was like
Red
all
Shane.
Red Shaney as well, and Mike Shannon. It was just something that you just you saw, but then having to be a part of it just makes it so much special. And then in 06, opening up the brand new stadium, and then we ended it in the way you should open a brand new stadium. So it was a lot of fun.
Did you notice from the get-go something that's become a topic here recently since you got to play in both, that the ball flew more in Busch Stadium 2 versus the current park?
Oh yeah. Yes, because you have the if we hear from Jimmy, Jimmy will let you know. That left center field in Busch 2 allowed like left-handed hitters to really
he loved the opposite field home run.
And then now when you have the openness of the stadium, that affects the winds that comes through and how it circulates. And so so this field is a little bit definitely tougher to hit a home run in than the old. So
Did you guys notice that right away?
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Because it
then
was
Albert's like, I don't care.
Albert, like, you know what I mean? Because like the big boys, they they hit them. And so, but like someone like myself, like I really had to get one to get it out of here.
All right. Last couple of years, you've been more involved, right? Doing more Cardinal appearances. So we see it's not just opening day.
Yeah.
Like even last year, you were here a number of times.
Yeah. I was very fortunate to team up with the Cardinals and help out on the alumni side. And so I'm around. I do a lot of fantasy camps and then just stuff within the ballpark and just hopefully, just connecting, the past with the fan base. And, say like Joe Pfeiffer, Larry State, they've all done a great job of incorporating all us past alumni to really come back and just, show the fans how much we appreciate them.
Tim, you've probably heard this story, but maybe not. And David and I talked last year on my podcast about his appreciation for David Freese. And now MVPs 5 years apart, but at the time, 2011, I won't put words in your mouth, but a little disenfranchised with the game itself. And he said the Freese game kind of brought back your love and passion for baseball.
I didn't know that. What's
so basically, the game was changing towards the end of my career and stuff, and it was going, definitely more on the analytics side. And so it was one of those things that you see the business side of the game, and the business side of the game is not what you were born with as a little kid, because you just see the passion of the game, the love of the game, and you show up and play. But as you play in the game and you see that side of it. And so, when no one really knew during the 2010 season, I made the decision I was not going to play anymore. Like that was going to be my last year. I was going to be, I got my 10th year in. So 10 years fully vested in the pension. My wife had just started a company. She actually gave up acting to come be with me because back in 08, I was starting to get injured a lot more. And I'm not the best at doctor's appointments because I can play. And so she was worried more about my health long-term as opposed to just the short-term. And so she launched a company called Her Universe, and it launched in the summer of 2010. And basically it was during the season. In 2010, I did not make an error in the major leagues, but I went on a rehab assignment and made an error in Peoria. I let a ball go right between my legs the first inning, and errors were the worst things in the world to me. And I spent the whole night. I didn't go to sleep the whole night. And so when she came out, I called up. I was like, yeah, this is because I care so much for the game, but I didn't think I was receiving that back on the back end. And so, so then I go and I don't tell anybody except my family and my agent. They were the only ones that knew that I was not playing in 2011. So I go through the whole free agency, had, multiple contract offers to play, said no. Midway through the season, a team calls, asked me to come back. And even the Padres, after the season ended, called me and wanted me to come back and play for the Padres. I was like, no, I'm good. But I show up at this game and I get, it was only the second game I was back to. So my brother was a major league hitting coach, and I did not go to one game of his during that 2011 season. And I got to throw out one first pitch in Anaheim, but then I came here and I got to throw out Game 6 of the World Series. Okay, and so I throw out the first pitch, and then I got to be a fan. And so I'm up in the suite just watching. And, when Freezer hits the triple to tie the game in the ninth, like that brought me back to I love to see the fans cheer. I love that. So it brought me back to that little boy. And then when he hit the walk-off home run, it was like, why am I letting the business of the game get in the way of the love of the game that I have? And now I truly get to be a fan. So anytime I see David Freese, I always thank him for bringing the little boy back in me and the fan of the game that I have always loved this game and the passion for the game. And I'll never combine the two anymore because baseball is what I love. I can't imagine. So anytime I see Freese, I said, thank you, because, watching the fans celebrate and cheer is what this game's all about. And no one does it better than the St. Louis fans.
Wow, what a story. I had never heard that.
And you're not a bitter type person. So
no.
it probably made you mad.
Yeah.
You were probably mad at yourself that you were bitter with the game.
Just mad that the sense of that I allowed the game to affect my love of what I've always loved. And so, because at the end of the day, this game is a business, and there's decisions that are made that are kind of out of your control that affect, your livelihood. And so, and it's like one of those things is like, that's not what this game is built on. It's built on this passion, this love, this camaraderie, the teammates and the fans that support you.
Unbelievable. What a treat we have here with David Eckstein joining us live. That's an incredible story, man. But joining us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Eckstein's fist pumping about it because he is up from his morning nap down on the farm in Tennessee. Ladies and gentlemen, 2006 world champion teammate and friend of the program, Jim Edmonds, with us here on 101 ESPN, joining us with David Eckstein. Morning, Jim.
Good morning. I'm only calling so I can speak to David.
Yeah, no question about it.
Hey, Jimmy.
What's going on?
No.
We act like we don't have each other's phone number or anything.
That is true. That's true.
Jim, would you prefer Tim and I just turn our mics off?
Well, that's par for the course, right? Isn't that like every interview?
Yeah, that's a standard request from Jim. So you are not going to be in St. Louis when you are involved with the Cardinals as a player or as an alum. So taking out the years that you weren't with the team and still playing for the first time in 26 years is what you were texting me. Now, I think some fans might think it has to do with what happened last year, but this is an opportunity for you to present some clarity on what is really going on. So go ahead, sir. The floor is yours.
Well, yeah, it does have a lot to do with what happened last year. It's now I have clarity and full custody of my children, and right now I'm trying to get them back on track, and I really just can't get away from them right now. And they're in a new school in a new city, and everything's going really fast. And this opportunity is there for us. And my wife and I thought it would be great to bring them, but at the same time, we can't really take them out of school right now. So we're going to have to sit this one out for the first time in 26 years.
How about that?
I'm not super excited about it, but at the same time, my role, my life has changed. And so I'm going to have to just deal with it for the first time.
David, did you want to ask Jim any farming questions?
Yeah.
He is down on the
You
farm.
don't even want to know what I'm doing right now.
I know, because we were we got to do the Tony La Russa event last year, and he was showing how he carved out a baseball field into his yard and everything like that. So what's new going on out there?
Well, I'm driving. I'm actually sitting in my Polaris Ranger, and I am dragging a huge pooper scooper that you pull behind it and putting it together so I can run it through the field.
I never would have thought. And all the wagers in the world. Now, were you guys friends before? Because there's the Angels. I'm trying to think of but David, you were a little later than Jimmy in Anaheim.
Yeah, no, we really didn't truly meet. I don't know if he remembers, but I met him one time at a Laker game. After the 02 season, I think. Yeah, so I saw him there. That was probably the first time I saw him. But yeah, didn't really get to know him. But you got to understand, so all the players that I was playing with in Anaheim just talked so highly of Jim. So it was almost like I knew him, but I had not truly ever got to really talk to him. And then I came over here, and everything they said about him couldn't be, more true.
Yeah, I remember Jim would talk about Garrett Anderson,
Gloss,
Salmon.
Salmon. Yeah, that whole crew. And, fortunately, I had the opportunity to play with them and kind of show me the ropes. But, Jimmy was the ones that helped them be the ball players that they are.
I was waiting for Jim to chime in. Jim said nothing further from the truth when you were saying all those great things. But Jim, what did you know?
I didn't really know what to say there. So
no, you're fine. What did give fans some? You're always the baseball savant in the dugout. Or you see things that people don't realize you're seeing. Tell people about David's game day in and day out. How a guy like Eckstein comes here and he is the MVP of the World Series. Not you, not Albert, not Scotty.
Well, that's a sore subject between David and I, because if I would have gotten one hit and that damn dude didn't slip in the outfield, I'd be the MVP.
There he is.
I love it.
Jimmy Baseball.
I love it. Yeah, that is true.
No, it's David was. I think that David and I were very similar, very underappreciated, very I wouldn't even say undersized, very overlooked, and you had to make something of yourself. And so I did it one way, and he did it another way, and he was very very stubborn on his work ethic and how he went about his day every day, and he didn't waver no matter what was going on. He ate McDonald's every day like a champ.
Oh, is that right?
And
good for you, Dave.
Pancakes.
And no, he's just like, you know what? Everybody has to get somewhere because of a reason. And David's reason was because he was smarter and outworked everybody else. And you can't say that about a lot of guys. A lot of guys, and he's talented too. By the way, this wasn't an accident. And so he put himself in the right position. He played defense as good as anybody. And for his size, he went out there and he was probably the toughest out and a threat to have the big hit every single time he went to the plate. And that is something you just can't find in a normal person.
How about that?
Very kind.
How's that sound to you?
Very kind. I really appreciate it. But it's, it's one of those things that it's built from when you're younger, but then you have teammates like Jim and everyone that kind of takes the pressure off you, just allows you to play your own game. You don't have to be outside of yourself. And it allows you to step up. But no, you're dead on. And I think Yachty could have a claim for the MVP. For the World Series.
It sounds like Edmonds is bitter.
There's some bitter people around here.
In the farming world, bitter farmers.
Well, I think when they need to do a season 2 of Green Acres, they need to do a remake and have your life, because I'm so intrigued.
What level for both of you guys, Jim and David, that not vindication, but to get the World Series after the 05, which was, and Jim was here in 04, but the 2005 team was incredible. So disappointing to end the Busch Stadium 2 era in the NLCS. And then the next year we're thinking, well, they had a great chance last year. It's just not going to happen. And then it does.
Yeah, I can speak of it, especially after we won Game 5 in Houston. I thought we were coming back home to take 2 and go to the World Series. And it was definitely disappointing. I say this to anyone that asks, who was your most talented club you've ever played on? It's definitely the 05 club. That team was so stacked from top to bottom. And the fact that was not the club that wins just shows that's why you got to show up and play the game.
Jim, what's your perspective on that?
Yeah, I mean, my thought process on that whole group that we had from 2000 all the way to 2006 was talented. And we could have won the World Series at any given year. And that 05 team, I thought the 04 team was special. I didn't even think that our pitching was soft or shallow at that time, but La Russa kind of brought that to a point. You guys are beat up. But the 05 team, the same thing, just special group of guys. And, I was thinking, man, we got a chance. I don't even know if there was a better team that we ever played than the Houston Astros day in and day out.
Yeah.
And that could have gone either way every day. And so we ran into that, and that's what happened. And, I don't even know how we got through 06, but it worked.
Put that on the shirt. We got through it.
We got through it. I'm curious now.
We got through it.
You couldn't get it through it any better than winning a World Series. I'll start with you, David. This organization, for the first time since you guys were playing here, are in this unique transition. What do you think of what you see with what is a roster full of a lot of new faces and youth?
To be honest, I think this is something that probably should have happened 2 years ago. Just watching the club and watching the way they were playing, it's like I think it's time to give these young kids a chance to see if they can play or not, because that's where the future of this organization is going to be. And I was very happy to see that, they allowed JJ to make the opening day roster, and really hopefully try to see if this new young youth of talent can actually be the next phase of Cardinal baseball. Because, the one thing that in the past, they always had the farm system to build up, and then they get key pieces through free agency. And I hope that's the model I've talked to Chaim with about they're going back to. And hopefully that, it might take a couple of years, but giving these young kids a chance would be great, and we'll see.
Jim, I don't know how closely you were monitoring it. Last time we talked a couple weeks ago, it didn't sound like you were really paying that close of attention. In general, though, your thoughts on a youth movement?
I agree with what David said.
That's a great answer. That's a great
I'm
answer.
trying to put my pooper scooper together. I feel like Izzy right now. I know all the crap he went through over the years.
Who do you, Jim?
No, I think what David said is dead on. I mean, there's really not much you can say. The thing that's the toughest thing to win is, especially when you have a young team, is getting the young players to buy into winning baseball and not worried about getting paid. And I always thought that was exactly what the problem was in Anaheim when I was there. Everybody was trying to get paid, and it's a different brand of baseball. And as soon as everybody got paid, they won. And as soon as I got to St. Louis and everybody was already paid, we won. So I think that has something to do with a balance between young players and players that are already established. So they're not worried about their paycheck, and they're not worried about, hitting 30 home runs. They're just going out to win games. And that's a big difference in the team atmosphere.
What do you guys remember about the early days, being a younger player? Because we talk about Walker, Gorman, and like giving them runway, or not fearing if I have a bad week, I'm going back down. Or if I go for 4, I'm not in the lineup tomorrow. Maybe you first, Dave, what do you remember about early on? Is there that pressure when you're a young guy, like you don't think you can take an 0 for 10 streak? Or
No, I would say so, because, I made the club opening day because Adam Kennedy broke his hand. And so, I totally felt like I had to, perform to be able to stay up there, because, to be perfectly honest, I don't think Mike Scioscia knew my name when I entered the camp, and so.
Sorry, he didn't know a lot of guys' names, by the way.
and so then I knew Adam was coming off 10 days into the season. And everyone had me going back down to AAA, and it was actually Alfredo Griffin that stepped up and said, no, I'll teach him shortstop here.
Wow.
Because at that time, Gary DiSarcina was a shortstop, but he was already done for the year, so he was not going to play. And so then it became that type of I was going back and forth a little bit until they actually made me the shortstop, for the rest of the season. And that comfort of once they said that, then you're not going back. So you can have the ability to not make the mistake and feel like, oh my gosh, like I'm getting sent down and stuff. But it is key. But the thing about it and what Jimmy brought up such a great point with the guys that, the veteran guys, like those are the ones that step up for the younger player to make them know it's okay. All right. And just keep going. And that's you know, that was huge in my career with,
Yeah.
you know, Darren Erstead, Garrett Anderson, Tim Salmon, you know, and so, that's the big key for the younger player.
But that first week, are you feeling it every at bat? Like,
Oh, yeah.
So you're thinking, okay, they're watching me. I'm probably going back down.
Oh, no. I knew I had the 10 days. I knew.
So
I had
you knew you were going. Okay.
Yeah, I knew I had until.
So but you try and put on a show that now they'll call me back or.
Yeah, well.
You were hoping.
I got a hit in every game.
Oh wow! Oh, look at you, clutch!
and so,
wow.
and I was doing very well, and I think that made it a little bit easier. Talking to Alfredo Griffin, he said it was probably he took the most heat for the decision he made in his career, was saying, I was going to move to shortstop. And he was the one that fought for me to stay there. So I give a lot of credit to him. And, you definitely need coaches to have your back as well as a young player to stand up for you. And I had Alfredo Griffin.
Put that a hit every game on a 10-day.
Wow.
Let's just go tell Walker, just get a hit every day, okay?
Yeah.
Eckstein says it's easy.
In today's game, that doesn't work. You got to have extra bases.
Yeah, you got to have a home run or two.
Jimmy, what about you, the early days? What do you remember about the pressure to stay?
Yeah, I don't think it was as big of a deal back then as it is now. I think there's so much. It's so easy for guys to go up and down now, and it's so and grab people and move. They didn't do that when I played at a younger age. When I was in the big leagues in my first couple of years, man, it was an established team. There was no bouncing back and forth. I don't remember guys ever coming up and down when I was in AAA, and I don't remember too many guys going down when I was in the big leagues. I think when Buck Rogers didn't like JT Snow, that was kind of the biggest whoa, like in my life. Like, what do you mean you don't like JT Snow? It was like, I didn't know. He never said that to me, but I found out later in my career and during the year that he was just not a big JT fan. And so they actually put me at first base a lot. I just felt like, Rod Carew was in my corner. And I think it's because of the relationship I had with him. I never really had any fear of that. I just figured like I was good enough to play. And I did, like, I got called up. I made the opening day roster in '94. And they basically said, you're going to play left field almost every day because Bo Jackson was our left fielder. So I think right then I just never really thought another thing about it. I felt like I belonged here. This is my job. I'm a fourth outfielder. So if I was a fifth outfielder or a call-up, I could see maybe worrying about it. But definitely today, God, I don't know how you do it nowadays. I mean, it's like, you go for 4 and get booed, you're AAA tomorrow. Like, give me another day at least, like, let me play. But it's tough. I mean, these kids have a lot on their plate, and unfortunately, it's too easy to move them up and down.
How about Rod Carew in your corner?
That's
a good one to have.
With Bo Jackson in the outfield.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah. You know what? The other thing that happened to me, too, was after that year, I was just a backup outfielder, and then I was standing in spring training one day, and they traded Chad Curtis, and Marcel Lassman was our now manager, and I'd known him my whole life. And I started off a little bit slow, and he called me in his office like after the first 2 weeks, and he said, "Hey," and I was like, "Oh shit!" Like, oops, sorry. Here we go again.
David Jim is known to drop a we put the over under at about 2.5 per call.
Yeah.
Farmer talk.
So he called me in, and he said, "Hey, son, you're my center fielder, so just relax and play. I'm not sending you out. You're going to play every day. You're our center fielder, so whether you hit 200 or 400, you're coming out of the lineup." And that was the rest. That was it for me. That was the end all be all. So that gave me the confidence to go out there and just play. And I never really looked back.
Well, both of these guys can appreciate Tim. We were trying to get your skipper, LaRussa, to come by.
Yeah.
He's so busy. He texted me back a little bit ago, goes, "Sorry, doing stuff." And I'm like, "Doing stuff." Okay, we're not important, apparently. If you had to guess, what is Tony doing when he tells Martin doing stuff? David, do you have a guess? I said he's probably raising money for one of his charities. He's probably got a coffee meeting.
Yeah, he probably has something going on, like
some high roller.
Yeah. I'll let Jim answer this. I think,
talking to someone.
Yeah.
He's talking to someone.
He has a meeting somewhere.
He's putting an event together. You guys will be getting called later because he's probably putting an event together.
Yeah, totally.
Jim, thanks for calling in. Great to talk it over with you. Will you be watching the game today?
If I can find the TV remote, maybe.
All right, there you go. That's like a
he has internet.
Yeah. David, you will be because you will be down on the field.
Yes, I'll be here, and we'll be missing Jimmy though.
Jim,
you got to throw a strike, right? That's the.
I don't know. I think we're gonna be side by side, so you know what I mean. So it's not.
Nobody's gonna be paying as much
Yeah.
attention.
Yeah.
You got what, Brian Jordan?
Brian Jordan next to me. So
96.
Yes.
And 06, 30 years and 20 years.
They're going to be watching. There's no doubt about that.
Jim, good to hear from you, brother.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. David, love you. Good to hear from you.
Yeah.
That's Jim Edmonds calling in from Tennessee. David Eckstein sitting down with us. Great to talk it over you. Thanks for coming by, too, man.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
That's David Eckstein with us here on TMA. We'll come back and wrap up the program. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN, brought to you by Rawlings.
on the mound for the Cardinals. He'll face off against Drew Rasmussen. First pitch is at 3:15. We'll have all the coverage for the Blues game tonight right here on 101 ESPN as they take on the San Jose Sharks. Pregame starts at 6. Puck drop is at 7. The morning after is at Ballpark Village. They are live on opening day. And we'll wrap up the show next right here on 101 ESPN. I'm Major Marsh, and this Sports Center update is brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
It's opening day in St. Louis, and 101 ESPN is broadcasting live from the Crown Hall at Budweiser Brewhouse inside Ballpark Village. Our Cardinals home opener coverage is refreshed by Budweiser. Cardinal fans, this Bud's for you, and brought to you by Rawlings. Visit the Rawlings Experience in Westport Plaza for everything baseball, softball, and to be considered one of the finest in the field.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. And we thank our sponsors, Rawlings and Budweiser, for the live broadcast from Ballpark Village. BK and Ferrario coming up at the top of the hour. And we thank our many sponsors here on the morning after for their years of support, such as James Carlton, who is my insurance agent and has been for the last 7 years. He is now BK's insurance agent, Jackson Burkett's insurance agent, Jamie Rivers' insurance agent. They provide great customer service at 314-961-4800 or by going online at carltoninsurance.net. James Carlton is saving people money in a major way, especially in automotive insurance. He's been doing this now for close to 2 decades. And James doesn't pop on and say, hey, I can save you money every single day. But over the last few months, he said, I've never seen auto insurance dropping like it has these last few months. Capitalize on it. Imagine a 5-minute phone call that winds up saving you thousands of dollars. Wouldn't you make that phone call to save thousands of dollars? Call 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. We'll have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. Go back and podcast the show via the Schaefer Door Company podcast or YouTube. What a program we've had here. The Polos Plus dossier, Jackson. Jim Dandy just joined by Jim Edmonds and David Eckstein simultaneously. Chaim Bloom at the dais with us. Nate Green of the Cardinals food and beverage team, the senior vice president of hospitality.
Tim cracked. He cracked. You went
I've
off.
Been
you went
eating.
off your
I've been
diet.
eating here, like just enjoying the burn-in hot dogs in particular,
good.
and then the chicken and waffles. Forget about it.
Chicken and waffles are one of my favorite things.
It's a good dish. I
it's
mean,
really
I've been
good.
having a feast, and I'm still eating it. So go back and podcast here, and then of course opening day high expected now to be 91 degrees. Jackson, the hawk is blowing out to left.
Ooh. blowing
Aggressive hawk out to left.
Out to left, so you'd have to think a righty might be able to get a hold of one today.
Oh, who's going yard?
Maybe Burley going Oppo.
Yeah, Burley went Oppo in Springfield. We saw that where Ned Reynolds said, I think they're going to call that a home run. Even though he's the one.
We're going to go ahead and rule that a home run. When it goes, like when a puck goes in the net, we'll go ahead and rule that a goal. By the way, when Anuk was here, a lot of news about the TV. If you weren't listening, if you are a Spectrum, Charter Cable, whatever you call it, that's channel 362 all season for Cardinal baseball. Spectrum 362, Direct TV 672. I'm saying this in case my mom is listening. And then for her friend Donna, who has AT&T, it's 1746. They are not on YouTube. I did see some complaints via Twitter about that. It's not a Cardinal thing. Apparently, it's a YouTube thing. Not interested or not doing regional
Local
baseball
sports,
or local sports.
They don't do it with any team. So
yeah,
that's,
so it's not a Cardinal YouTube choice.
There you go. And Anuk was with us earlier on the program as well. You can watch it all on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. The Morning After's YouTube page. Subscribe to it. Martin, tell us about Auto Loan Pro, if you would.
AutoLoanPro.com, the website to go to. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, it doesn't matter what your situation, what your circumstance. Get online, check out the vehicles right there, available on the website, and their guarantee to you is that they'll get you the best deal possible. Little to no money down, best rates that are out there. Auto Loan Pro, working with over 50 different lenders. They're not vendors, they're lenders. There is a difference. That's how they get you the best rate possible. So if you've had a hiccup along the way, they'll get you that vehicle, because financing a car gets a little complicated. The only thing you need to know is to choose the pro. That's AutoLoanPro.com. They are part of the Lita family. They put together a free playbook where you can learn more about the credit industry, Get online for your next vehicle at autoloanpro.com.
Marshy Marsh and the Playful Posse, we are going to announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Right now is the Schaefer Door Company Big Garage Door Prize for the month of March is heading down the stretch. Only 3 email of the day winners by Design Air after today. Jackson Burkett, do you have the winner?
I do. We now have a three-way tie at the
Whoa,
top of the
big
leaderboard
development here.
with Shooter McGavin.
Wow, unbelievable. Shooter McGavin is now tied at the top of the leaderboard down the stretch. What a win to tie Shooter McGavin with Chet's neighbor and the poor film student. The winner today, Shooter McGavin. Universal Windows Direct says, if you've opened your energy bill lately and thought there is to be a better way, you're probably right. Drafty, outdated windows can quietly drain your wallet month after month, letting warm air escape in the winter, cool air leak out in the summer, and forcing your HVAC system to work overtime. Well, March is that time of year when a lot of us are thinking about fresh starts and maybe even getting a tax refund. And instead of spending that money on something temporary, what if you invested it in something that improves your home for decades? Universal Windows Direct makes that decision easy. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and there is no limit. Plus, you get 24 months with no payments and no interest. And they're also offering a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Buy 2, get 2 free. No payments, no interest for 24 months. $500 off your project. Upgrade now and enjoy comfort that lasts for decades. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Boys, I got to tell you, I'm fired up for today.
Me too.
I don't
and you
know.
are going to the game.
I might go.
Oh, okay.
I might call
Jackson
an audible and bring the whole family. We've been
Wow.
talking about it.
Nice. Okay.
We've been talking about it.
3:15 first pitch. They could probably skip last period. That's probably something unimportant like biology.
Correct.
Yank them out of there. Don't need it.
Right.
Bring them on down to the old ball yard. What a fun day. No rain.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining about the
cold.
heat
No,
because
it's not cold.
it's not cold. It's not raining.
Yeah.
Beautiful
Vibes are
day.
high.
Are they? They're high on this program because we're betting bricks.
Right, but I think just people are excited that Cardinal baseball is back.
It's a sign that summer's around the
starting.
corner.
It's the weather is here to match it. I think that even if the most negative of Cardinal fans would say it's a good day.
When I see a negative fan, I give them Virginia's number, and they can call her.
Really?
She'll cheer them
I give them a backhand.
think
Oh, is that right? You
Yeah.
pimp slap?
Yeah, I keep my pimp hand
Feeling
strong.
pretty tough now. Asking the ladies what carbonation they have. I think Chaim Bloom. I think the point Chaim Bloom made off air, on air, but saying the fact that Cardinal fans are so upset about Velasquez getting sent down is a great sign.
He loves
that they're paying that much
because
attention.
They're passionate.
Yeah.
He loves that. He said even down in Springfield, you could just tell. He loves that.
That's awesome.
And I find it refreshing that we're talking about a baseball move and bitching about it. And a lot of people didn't like his answer, by the way. We asked about it. We asked like 5 questions about Nelson
I think
Velasquez.
he got to the point like, okay, guys,
Yeah,
there's
fellas.
nothing left to say. Nothing left to say.
I enjoy it. I'm fired. I can't wait to watch. Looking forward to it. 3:15, Ballpark Village and the Budweiser Brew House, the Crown Room, already filling up.
It's a scene.
Jackson, I'm telling you. Let me tell you something.
Yeah. Lay it
If
on
I
me.
were a 28-year-old bachelor and I were over 5'3",
right,
I'd be having a field day today.
yeah, just going to work. Yeah.
Because let me tell you something. When you're 49, it's all over.
Yeah.
I've already picked out burial plots. Okay?
Headstone.
This is your time.
Outside of Busch Stadium.
Like Larry David's dad when he put passed away to save money on the headstone.
This is your time. Today's your
and you
time.
just crushed it as a producer. So you
Right.
you
It's
look-
over now. The remote's in the rearview
Today
mirror.
was a good program, I gotta say.
So go
big
sh-
shout out to Doty.
Look,
big,
he's waxing his own car.
big shout out to March. No, far from it. I didn't do
March,
anything.
You're not saying thank you to Martin because he knocked us off the air, though, I noticed.
I took a shot at him in the show notes. So
Oh.
yeah, I
You'll
said
have to
we
review
lost
this.
power, and in parentheses I said Martin.
BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Thank you to Doty, Marshy Marsh, and the Playful Posse. He's so hot, don't you agree? Jackie Papers, the remote's in your rearview mirror. And, of course, Martin Kilcoyne and my brother Kevin. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrari are up next. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen today, live from Ballpark Village, brought to you by Budweiser and Rawlings on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.